Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Wanyama pia na mimea vyote vimeumbwa na Mungu. Vitu vyote vya duniani vyapaswa kumshukuru Mungu. Njoni
alfajiri ya kupendeza, ni siku njema, siku yenye baraka.
jua limekwisha chomoza, naamsha wote waliolala. Ndege nao wanalialia kumshukuru Muumba. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Kaiumba dunia hii, kaweka giza pia mwanga. Mchana tufanyeni kazi, usiku na tupumzike. Njoni
Alfajiri ya kupendeza, ni siku njema, siku yenye baraka.
jua limekwisha chomoza, naamsha wote waliolala. Ndege nao wanalialia kumshukuru Muumba. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana.
Na tuombe. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amen. Atukuzwe Mungu Baba na Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu, kama mwanzo na sasa na siku zote na milele. Amen. Mungu wetu, Baba yetu wa mbinguni, tunakushukuru Baba yetu wa mbinguni kwa wakati kama huu. Mungu Baba yetu wa mbinguni, tumesindikisha ndugu yetu hapa altarini, ili Mungu wetu, tunapoanza programu ya leo, Bwana yetu uwe pamoja nasi. Tunaombea Mungu Baba na mapadri ambao wako njiani wakikuja ili kutuongoza kwa misa, kwa watumikie. Familia wote Baba, tunaweka mikononi mwako. Tuma Roho yako Mtakatifu na aweze kutuongoza. Tunaomba yote kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Amen. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amen.
Neo.
Jua limekwisha chomoza, naamsha wote waliolala. Ndege nao wanalialia kumshukuru Muumba. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote
Anion meeting.
shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Elewa na mshukuru kwa sauti za kupendeza, na sisi tumshukuru kwa zawadi
Somewhere there.
jua limekwisha chomoza.
Um, family members wakae kwa hii tent, marafiki na waombolezaji wakae kwa hii tent ya pande hiyo na upande wa juu. Huu ni wakati wa kuona mwili, so tunaweza kuja pole pole, tunaona mwili na kwenda kukaa. Nitaomba familia wakuje wawe wa kwanza. Family, muje tuone mwili na tuweze kukenda kukaa chini, alafu sasa sisi wengine wote tutafuata. Yeah. Wakati tunaendelea kuona mwili, wale hawa chakula, kuna chakula upande wa left. Kuna magari ningeomba ziondelewe mahali zimewekwa. KCW 910V. Nasikia hiyo gari hazard lights ziko on. Mwenyewe aenda asime. KCL 707D imefunga entrance, naomba utuondolee hiyo gari. Na KCD 386M, tafadhali utuondolee hiyo gari kwa entrance ndio tuweze kupata good flow ya watu. Mwenye KCL 707D, tafadhali utuondolee hiyo gari kwa entrance. KCZ 386M, tafadhali utuondolee hiyo gari kwa entrance. Alafu KCW 910B, umewacha hazard lights on, uweze kwenda kusima ndio usikose battery ya kuwakisha gari. Yes, karibuni. Ya hapa hii sehemu ni ya family. Wageni ni upande ule wa chini na upande wa juu.
wanyama pia na mimea, vyote vimeumbwa na Mungu. Vitu vyote vya duniani vyapaswa kumshukuru Mungu. Njoni, jua limekwisha chomoza, laamsha wote waliolala. Ndege nao wanalialia kumshukuru Muumba. Njoni, njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Kaiumba dunia hii, kaweka giza pia mwanga. Mchana tufanyeni kazi, usiku na tupumzike. Njoni mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Ndege wanamshukuru kwa sauti za kupendeza, na sisi tumshukuru kwa zawadi alizotupa. Njoni, jua limekwisha chomoza, laamsha wote waliolala. Ndege nao wanalialia kumshukuru Muumba. Njoni, njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Njoni baba, mama na watoto, njoni wote mbele za Bwana, tumtolee shukrani zetu kwa kutoa sadaka. Wanyama pia na mimea, vyote vimeumbwa na Mungu. Vitu vyote vya duniani vyapaswa kumshukuru Mungu. Njoni,
As we continue to view the body, we will start the speeches. And our first speaker will come from Mangu. I want a representative from Mangu. Sorry, a slight change. Further to Dr. Kevin, would want to welcome you people to this compound. Sorry.
Hamjambo nyinyi wote. Ochamege, tusalamieni kwa hewa. Chamge. My name is Andrew Koech. I'm the father of the deceased. Let me take this humble opportunity to welcome you home here today so that you can celebrate this great occasion for my son who has departed from us. I want to sincerely welcome you all visitors from any corner of this country, and those who have come from our ancestral home and the church. So feel free and welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bwana Koech. Mangu, someone from Mangu, a representative from Mangu. I'm told there is someone who has already been picked to represent Mangu. I'm told Dr. Tim Theuri is the person we are looking for from Mangu. Dr. Tim Theuri, where are you? Dr. Tim Theuri? Yes, as we wait for Dr. Theuri to come, we are representative from the undergraduate. Oh, okay, I'm told Dr. Theuri has arrived. Dr. Theuri. Okay, karibu daktari on behalf of Mangu.
Familia ya ndugu yetu Anderson, kanisa andalizi, wageni wetu wa hapa Kericho na waliotoka Nairobi, pamoja na viongozi wa mtaa, hamjambo. God is good and all the time. My name is Tim Theuri and we school with Anderson in high school. That is the only institution on Thika Road, that is Mangu High School. And I will ask everyone who was in class with him from Form 1 to Form 4 to stand up if you're here. Anyone from Mangu? Anyone else? Just there. Oh, yeah. And Pascal here. And Dad is saying mukuje hapa mbele waone. So Dad, these are the gentlemen who schooled with Anderson. The others who are not here and were ahead of us were the likes of Mwai Kibaki, Mudi Awori, Tomboya. Yeah. So we were the ones who had the privilege of having to go to school with him. And there's something that we often joked that our education stopped in Mangu. In campus, we just went to acquire another skill. And the three of us went to med school. However, it's just Pascal and I who had the privilege again of being in class and in the same hostel with him. So I'll ask them to sit down and they can possibly just say one word quickly and then I'll wind up.
God is good and all the time. My name is Morioki PJ, and Anderson was my friend. He was my classmate in high school. Yes, so thank you very much.
So to all of us here, today is a tough day for all of us. As I was thinking of the final journey and what it means for us it's just tough. It's just difficult because there are many ways we'd like to encourage ourselves and say we are celebrating a life well lived, the times and the memories we shared with him. But it's a loss. We feel robbed, and the only way of dealing with it is just accepting and learning how to cope and just hold on the memories that he left us with. Going back to high school, the memories we have of him is a gentle giant, the man who we asked to come and play basketball with us because he was taller than all of us, but just said, I will support you from the sidelines. And supporting us, he did. He was the one who'd sneak in some comments as a cheering team was cheering us as we played basketball, and they were ever so funny each time he did it because it was very unexpected of him. And I remember him being one of the last people to leave the tuition rooms because he used to say, I'm from Kericho, mimi sijatoka town kama hao wengine, so lazima ningangane. And it always seemed funny, but he was very consistent with it. And when I became dining hall captain, And um, the Form 1s were a bit difficult. He was the one who'd help dealing with them. So those are the memories we have of him. To the family, Mutio, Mutio, Mutio. And I'll end there so that the next person can have something to say, because it's a tough day. We feel we've lost a soldier who was with us. And as we pay our final tributes and remarks, I will ask all of us to remain encouraged, and that God's grace is with us, because that's all we can say for now. Thank you so much, and God bless all of us.
Thank you, Daktari. The next group is the undergraduate. I'm told Dr. Momanyi. I've got it right. Is Momanyi here? Okay. Oh, it's post. Oh. I know it's sorry, some hiccup, sorry. I'm told you are postgraduate. We undergraduate is 30 where? Where? Yeah, sorry.
God is good. And all the time. Okay, so I'm here in on behalf of undergraduate class, and I'll just request maybe the class just to stand. So we were in the same class from 2009 to 2014, and so this is the group who are here to. So thank you. You can sit. So I can gladly say on behalf of the class that Anderson has touched each and every one of us, directly or indirectly. This is someone who is very full of life. This is someone who is jovial. He's brutally honest. He'll tell you whatever is on his mind, and he'll say it as it is. He's someone who enjoys the fine thing in life, and he lived his life to the fullest. That for sure. That one I can say for sure that he enjoyed his life. So I think he would wish for us to celebrate his life, celebrate his achievements, but at the same time we keep his memories. So to the family, to dad, mom, brothers, sisters, and the rest of the family, I'd like to say pole. Thank you.
Asante Daktari for those wonderful memories of our late brother Anderson. So at this point in time, I would like to invite the postgraduate class. I think you will all come in front, but only one will speak so that we can take a photo as well here. Dr. Mumanyi will lead that group. And while the postgraduate class is coming, Moi University, where Anderson was doing his last year for the postgraduate as well, I'm sure there are staff of the university here also get ready so that you come in that breath. Thank you so much. Welcome, Doctor.
As he mentioned, my name is Momanyi Alex. We've shared memories with Anderson, not just as a postgraduate class, but even as an undergraduate. He was a close friend of mine when we started. He touched each and every one of us, and even from our side, he was a meticulous surgeon. He was a great doctor. He was a friend when you needed a friend. He was a funny guy, very funny guy. He always found a way to make you laugh when things didn't make sense. And from our side, we know we will miss him. And for the family, we are truly sorry for the loss, and I hope you'll find solace and peace. And we'll always stand with you beyond this point. We'll always visit, we'll always be present, we'll always be there. There's a speech that we were given by the school, but I won't go through it. but from the university side and from the Moi University side and the MTRH, we're truly sorry for the loss. We've lost a great doctor, we've lost a great friend, a mentor, a friend, a great guy, a really great guy. We'll miss the jokes. Dr. Maritim knows how funny he was. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moi University. I saw Dr. Njoroge was here, who happens to be his lecturer while he was in undergraduate as well as postgraduate. So the team from Moi University, as the team from Moi University is coming, I want to welcome also the team from MTRH to be ready. Thank you, the team from Moi University here. So I'll give Daktari to lead that group, Dr. Muted.
Good morning, everybody. Nimesimama hapa kwa sababu Dr. Anderson alikuwa anasomea katika kitengo chetu, that's the Department of Orthopedics and Rehabilitation. Alikuwa anasomea kazi ya upasuaji wa mifupa, na mimi ni mwenyekiti katika hiyo department. Kwa hivyo tungependa kusema pole kwa familia. Tungependa kuambia kuwa Dr. Lagat alikuwa mwanafunzi na daktari mwenye bidii. Tulikuwa na wakati mwema na yeye. Tulikuwa tunatumainia kuwa angemaliza masomo yake mwezi wa 3 kwa sababu alikuwa kwa mwaka wake wa mwisho. Lakini mambo yale mengine yote tunaachia Mungu, na tunaomba kuwa Mungu awafariji na awe nanyi na wapatie nguvu wakati huu. Kwa hivyo nimeongea hayo kwa niaba ya walimu wenzangu, na kwa niaba pia ya wanafunzi ambao tuko na wao, ambao hili jambo lilikuwa pigo kubwa kwao. Kwa hivyo nimepewa barua, ujumbe kutoka kwa mwalimu mkuu wetu, that is the Dean of the Medical School of Moi University, na ningependa kusoma hiyo barua. Kwa hivyo inasoma hivi: To the family, relatives and friends of the late Dr. Anderson KIbet Lagat, this is a message of condolence. It is with profound sorrow and shock that we learned of the death of the late Dr. Anderson KIbet Lagat, which occurred on Wednesday, 24th August 2022. The late was a postgraduate student in the Department of Orthopedics and Rehabilitation in the School of Medicine, College of Health Sciences, Moi University. On behalf of all members of staff and students in the School of Medicine, and on my own behalf, I wish to convey our heartfelt condolences to the family, relatives, and friends of the late Dr. Anderson KIbet Lagat. It is our sincere hope and prayer that you have peace and strength to endure this difficult moment of grief. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace. It's signed by Dr. Julia Songok, the Associate Dean, the School of Medicine. Asanteni.
Bwana asifiwe. This time I just want to take this chance to say pole to the family, pole to the Andrews family and Koech family in all. I just want to say from the School of Health Sciences, there is a condolence that has been sent by the principal of the school. So for us, we are feeling sorry for what has happened, and God knows the reason why all this has happened. We just want to say that we also feel with you. We are together in this, and we believe God is going to stand on your side and stand on our side, all of us, so that we can also live a life knowing that this is the journey. This is the journey, and we need to get prepared at any time. So let me read this condolence to you from College of Health Science, Office of the Principal. So the principal is sending your condolences to you and says, Dear family, relatives, and friends, It is with profound sorrow and shock that we learned of the death of Mr. Anderson KIbet Lagat that occurred on Wednesday, 24th August 2022. It is our hope and prayer that the loving God Almighty, the great Comforter, grants you peace and strength to endure this difficult moment of grief. On behalf of the entire College of Health Sciences, staff and student community, and on my own behalf, I wish to convey our heartfelt condolence to you, your family, relatives, and friends. May the Almighty God rest his soul in eternal peace and encourage the family in this moment of great sorrow. Signed by Professor R. Tenge, Principal, College of Health Science. Thank you.
Thank you. That is Moi University School of Medicine and College of Health Sciences combined. Moi University School of Medicine and MTRH is like Siamese twins. So when you see Moi University, you also see MTRH. So at this point in time, I want to invite the MTRH team, and we'll give 2 people from MTRH. Yes, MTRH team. Dr. Anderson, when he was doing his postgraduate studies, he was doing it under Moi University, but the clinical practice was in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. So while in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital, he will offer clinical services to our patients. And that is why he is one of us as MTRH as well. Importantly, Carol is also working with us in MTRH. I think also you will join this team just to stand behind them. Dr. Peter, I don't know if you have forgotten you are part of MTRH. Welcome. Yes, MTRH team, I can see. And from this team, there is somebody who has the message from the CEO, Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital. They are colleagues to Carol. So I'll give one of the colleagues, the clinical nurse educators and the clinical governance team.
Bwana asifiwe. Bwana asifiwe tena. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. As a team, all we say is pole. Pole, pole, pole. May the peace of God be with you today and forever. The gap that Dr. Lagat left in the family, only God can fill. With time, wounds will heal. The journey will not be easy, but God will constantly be there with you. God give you peace. Santeni.
I don't know where Korosa has gone, but I think we'll give the next person. Perhaps if there's a consultant who can speak, and then we'll have a speech from the CEO. Dr. Kirui.
Thank you very much to Mr. and Mrs. Koech, your entire family, your immediate family, to Carol, and all your siblings. We come here to stand with you and to pass our sincere condolences. I knew Anderson more as a family friend than even as a colleague, because when I arrived in Eldoret many years ago, I met Peter and Carol, and we've become great friends since then. And through that contact, I met Anderson, and he's grown over those years to be an excellent doctor and an upcoming reputable orthopedic surgeon, and it's unfortunate that this has had to happen. But all we can say is, Pole, may God console you. And as St. Thomas of Aquin said, those who have faith, no explanation is necessary. Though at this time we want to really find the explanation for this, but let us stick to that. For all of us who have faith, let us not go beyond to ask for any other explanation. And may God console you and keep you and give you strength. And from the entire family of MTRH, those who are here and those who are not here, we pass our sincere condolences. Poleni sana.
Our CEOs sent us a speech. I'll ask Dr. Dawi Nambuka to read the speech.
Thank you very much. Bwana asifiwe. Pia sisi tunaleta ujumbe wetu wa pole kwenye familia na kila mtu ambaye amekuja mahali hapa kwa ajili tumempoteza rafiki, na pia kama familia pale MTRH tumepoteza kiungo muhimu sana katika maisha yetu ya kazi. Kwa hivyo hata sasa hivi tunapoomboleza, pia kuna wagonjwa ambao wangesaidiwa na daktari ambao pia watamkosa, ambao hawapo hapa. Lakini juu ya yote tunataka kuwatia moyo familia ya kwamba Mungu awafariji. Kuna maneno tunaweza kosa kusema ambayo yatafika pale. Tunaweza kosa kufanya lolote lile ya kujaza hiyo pengo, lakini kwa safari hii pia mtatembea na Mungu na yeye atawapea faraja ya kutosha. Kwa hayo tumepewa ujumbe hapa kutoka kwa CEO wa MTRH na nitausoma. Condolence message to the family of the late Dr. Anderson KIbet. On behalf of Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital Board, management, staff, and on my own behalf, I wish to convey our sincere condolence to the family, friends, and relatives of the late Dr. Anderson KIbet Lagat, who was a beloved brother to our staff, Caroline Koech, working at the Directorate of Nursing Services, SHU for Africa, Children's Hospital, and a brother-in-law to Dr. Peter Martin, who's a consultant nephrologist. It was with this great sadness that we learned of the sudden passing on of Dr. Anderson KIbet Lagat, beloved son of Mr. Andrew Koech and Mrs. Regina Koech of Cheptuet Village, Kibeneti location, Sigowet Sub-County, Kericho County. Dr. Anderson joined Moi University School of Medicine for his Master of Medicine in Orthopedic Surgery in the year 2018, and until his unfortunate passing, he was a registrar in MTRH Orthopedic Department, a gallant soldier who passed on while on duty. He was a hardworking, dedicated, reliable, diligent, and conscientious doctor. To the family, we hope that the warm memories he has left behind and the positive influence he had on those around him will be comfort to you in the days ahead. We wish you fortitude, solace, strength at this time of sorrow, and may the Almighty God give you courage. May his soul be granted eternal response. Amen. Signed off by Dr. Wilson Arosa, CEO MTRH. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MTRH. You can see the team is still growing. There are others who are still coming, and we appreciate your presence here. As you go to sit, I will request the representatives of the union to remain just standing so that they can give their condolences as well. Those who are arriving now, we still have food in the various tents, which food is being served. So I will ask each one of us to ensure we get something for our stomach. And we have space. We still have a tent up there, so I want to ask people not to miss where to sit. So, representative of the Medical Doctors Union, I will give Dr. Muley to give his condolence.
Wamune. My name is Dr. Edwin Rono. I'm the union representative for MTRH, Moi University, and Wasingishu County. And for me is just to condole with the family. I think there is nothing as painful as for a parent to bury their son. I think there is no pain that you can describe that. So we cannot even pretend to say we understand. It's beyond understandable. So we just say we are very sorry. We are bereaved as well, and we wish that God will give you comfort during this period. Dr. Anderson Lagat was as it's been mentioned, was a postgraduate student at Moi University. So he was an associate member of the MTRH branch of KMPDU. I am aware that he was an actual member of the Western branch, and I am aware that there is union representative from the Western branch, and if they are not here, probably they are on their way. I hope they will get a chance to say their pole. So we are very sorry, and we hope that God will give you comfort during this period. May I give to the branch secretary?
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Mule, like you've heard. I'm the branch secretary, North Thrift, where MTRH domicile. And this is actually where Dr. Anderson was working before his untimely death. And I'm speaking on behalf of the union, the doctors' union, of which Dr. Anderson was actually a member, but in Western branch. And he was an active member of the union. He participated in the activities and all things that actually doctors do as part of coming together to be part of the union. On behalf of the doctors' fraternity, it's actually very, very saddening and also frightening at the same time to the doctors of this country that we've lost one of us, and someone who was very young. I know much has been said, and no matter how much we want to describe Dr. Anderson, but we can say in brief that he was a man of unforeseen humility. You know, when you meet doctors at their workplace, most of the time they are frustrated, they are, you know, overworked, they want to finish this, go to that. But Dr. Anderson was one man who used to be calm at all times, in all circumstances. And when things were actually even much, much tougher, he would be the one to encourage us. And, you know, like our colleague said, crack a few jokes here and there, you'd laugh, and the day is made. So I understand also the SG of the union, Dr. Davji Atela, was actually supposed to be here, but I guess he might be somewhere on the way. He may be joining us shortly. So on behalf of the doctors, we are sorry, and it's also our loss at the same time as it is to the family. So poleni sana, na Mungu awafariji. Asanteni.
So this is Dr. Morioki again. Like I said, Anderson was my classmate in high school. Sorry, I got a bit emotional at first because actually I just saw him in our class, the corner where he used to sit. And you know, I remember his desk mate was called Omoyo, Joshua Omoyo. And he's now a pharmacist. And Anderson was one of those guys that we would go to when we knew that we had a cat and you had not read. Because what he used to do, he used to read and write short notes. So when you hear there is a cat, you just look for Anderson, because he'll have summarized everything that you know you had read. And the other thing is, we used to call him the extender par excellence. By extender, we mean that, you know, after the preps are done, him and Omoyo It's like they were in a competition to see who extends the most, into the night reading. And when one of them would close their desks, the other one now would follow and go to sleep. So he was a very diligent man. He was very hardworking, and he really put his academics. He took his academics seriously. I'm standing here, of course, as a union official. I am the organizing secretary for the Nairobi branch. And on behalf of the branch executive committee of Nairobi branch, and indeed all the doctors of Nairobi branch, which is the biggest branch in KMPDU, and all the doctors in the country, I would like to convey a message of condolence to the family. We are really sorry, and all of us are affected, but cannot even begin to imagine what a loss. May God be with you. We shall be there as a union, and I believe as the branch, you shall be visiting the family later, and we shall be there to condole with you and be part of this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, the union officials. I want to request the Bungoma team. This is where Dr. Anderson was working, to come in front. Anyone from Bungoma County? Yes. I'll give to Dr. Lusweti to lead the team. I know he will miss his colleague. He was waiting eagerly for him to finish.
Thank you, Bwana Koros. Familia, kanisa, viongozi mlio hapa, waombolezaji wenzetu, Bwana asifiwe na mjambo. Mimi naitwa Victor Lusweti, Head of Department Surgery and also Orthopedic Surgeon in Bungoma. Tuko na team ambayo tumetumwa hapa kuwakilisha na kuja kuleta pole zetu. Maybe kwa sababu ya wakati, tuko na Dr. Musa hapa, Dr. Elid, Dr. Linda, Rospa na Shaban. Mmoja yuko hapa, Dr. Taracha. Amebaki nyuma. Oh, sorry. Dr. Dan Taracha. Anderson alikuwa mwenzetu kule Bungoma. Tulikuwa tunafanya naye kazi. Nakumbuka nilipoenda Bungoma 2017 kama orthopedic surgeon kule, tulijihusisha kwa operations nyingi na yeye alikuwa anasaidia operations kama zote za orthopedic surgery, na hapo ndio akapata ile shinikizo ama inaitwa nini, akapata ile motisha ya kwenda kufanya kusomea orthopedics, na tulikuwa tumemsubiri. Tulijua alikuwa katika mwaka wake wa mwisho na alikuwa anamalizia aje aungane na sisi. So tungesema kwamba tutakosa huduma zake kama wana Bungoma, wagonjwa wa pande ile watakosa huduma za Dr. Anderson, lakini yote tunawachia Mungu. So as the Bungoma team, tunasema pole kwa familia. May you get comfort, may you find comfort in the Lord. Na yote tunamwachia Mungu. Asanteni.
Thank you, Daktari. Pole Bungoma County. As we say, also pole to the family. Before the neighbors, I just want to recognize the friends of the children of this family. And wherever you are, I'll just mention the names of the children of this family. You stand and then we will recognize you. If you will have a word, we'll welcome one on all of their behalf. So I want to recognize the friends to Jacqueline Koech. I know the friends where they are coming from. Jacqueline, from I think Nairobi. If you are somewhere around here. Yes, as well as Caroline. I think we have recognized your friends. Mercy, that is Mama Net. The friends, you are here who have come to stand with them. Yes, I can see people there. I just want, because of time, allow me just to recognize you as such, please. I want also to recognize friends to Winnie. Yes, I can see they're up there. We have the people, they're up there. So I don't know how you are going to get in a photo. Thank you so much for coming. I want to recognize friends of Kevin. These are team also who has been very supportive. Kevin, that is from Kericho County. I know it's a majority from here. Friends of Kevin. Yes. I want to recognize the friends of Dominic. Friends of Dominic, Sylvia, Abraham, and Evans. I know all of us who are seated here in one way or another, we are friends to this family. And we appreciate you for coming. Now, we go to the next, the neighbors. I think my colleague Elijah will take us through that.
Thank you. For the neighbors, we'll give a slot to Bwana John Chirchir. John Chirchir, karibu. And those of us who may not have viewed the body, you can quietly come, view the body as John is coming to address us. So you can quietly view the body, those of us who may not have had a chance.
Kwanza ningependa kushukuru Mungu kwa nafasi ambayo nimepata. Mtanunia radi kidogo, nitatumia lugha. Netai na yokisho ba kongoi. Nebo aeng amwa mutyo nenyunet. Amwa mutyo nebo konyun kotugul. Aka kotugul. Akamwa mutyo nebo kokwet. Arap Koech kachumula. Aleni pole kabisa para Koech. Mutyo ndio kikoit kokwenyon. Amangu ale kitinye maswali chemakitinye walutik. Angen ale imuche ibwate Koech anan ko Mama Regina ile why me. Ane tugul ko Jehova nengen. Kale tienwokab kalasunet 24 ko Jehova tugul chemi ngweny ak chemenye oloto. Ako kiyoni kou noto. Anderson ko chito nekotakemokyinige. Mawa kityo kuno. Amangu ale mi biik chekotonyolu kotoret. Lakini matakomugak. Kobakach Anderson kotakemokyinige. Kotindoi boisiet nekokimokyinige. Kandan kowo koba Arap Koech ko kowo konenyon tugul amun kasit nekotoyoe ko kotoreti biik chechang. Kelenen kityo mutyo. Angen ale Arap Koech amwaun kongoi amun kineto koyai kounon ko kiamoite ak lagok tugul. Samwa kounon ndakoroktoenge ndakiane ko kitokeren berekworit. Matuk chekiraisi chon. Lakini amwa kongoi muitaet nekiamoite. Chemwetich. Mimi najua ulipitia shida kubwa lakini pongezi kwa uvumilivu wako. Nekata kokwet namwa mutyo. Akale kotoretech Jehova ako mutyo. Tugul en tugul kobo Jehova tuguk tugul. Kiyoni tuguk chekoyake makirwokyini Jehova amun ndakimi appeal ko ndakokelen kome Anderson akele mara kwane ko kamatoni mara takelelen acha kiapileni kora. Ko kiyai Jehova kityo kole once ko once ako chebo Jehova ko makitinye karwokyino. Ako kimwoe kongoi en tuguk tugul. Mumwa ngatutik kole amwa kongoi en tuguk tugul chemyach ak chekororon ak cheyach komwa kongoi en tuguk tugul. Ko nekata kokwet amwa kongoi akamwa pole kwa jumla. Kongoi mising.
Thank you John. Asante John. Hiyo nafasi ya jirani tumepea John na ametuwakilisha wote. any other neighbor who may wish to speak would say you'll have to forgive us because of the time constraint. At this juncture, I would like to call on the provincial administration representatives who might be here. Kindly stand where you are, and probably one can come forward to say a word. And any political leader who may be here, elected and currently in office, we will give one of you a chance. So we'll not say who would be to speak, but we'll give one. So any provincial administration representative? Do we have any? Okay. Yeah, please come forward. Any provincial administrative, we would want a representative to come forward here. And there is, as the provincial administration is coming, if any political leader, if there is no sitting political, we would say anyone who has been in politics can represent the others. I can see Honorable Shelley has come forward. He's a neighbor and also a former MCA.
Asante MC. Familia ya Koech, watoto, jamii, neighbors na wageni kutoka sehemu mbalimbali. Yangu ni kutoa rambirambi yangu kutoka nyumbani kwangu na jamii na watu wa kijiji, kusema pole kupoteza daktari. Imekuwa ni wakati mbaya kwa maana tulikuwa tunarajia yeye atufanyie kazi, lakini ya Mungu ni tofauti. Ile tu ambaye linaomba tu ni namwambia wazazi na jamii, poleni kabisa. Mungu takuwa na nyinyi, na Mungu alijua kwa nini yeye alichukua. So let us accept it the way it is, alafu kila kitu taendelea. Sasa tunaombea nyinyi muendelee, alafu kazi inaendelea na Mungu taongeza. Mimi najua wakati inakuwa wakati kama hiyo, lakini naomba vijana pia kama daktari au kama kupata nafasi, kama umepata kazi, tafadhali oa. Hapana kaa sana. Nataka tuone watoto na kuona namna tunaendelea. Na hiyo ni jambo takuwa ni ya maana. Namwambia tu wale wako ambaye wacha fanya hii kiwango ya kuoa. Kwa maana hiyo ni jambo ambaye tulikuwa tunangojea. Asante kwa Kevin, kwa maana yeye mwenyewe ni mdogo lakini alikata kauli akachukua yake. Na tunasema asante, Mungu taongoza na tafanya kazi. Kwa machache nasema asanteni kwa maana mlikuja kutoka sehemu mbali, kutoka Bungoma. Asanteni. Na tunasema ikiwa jioni msikimbie, tuko na manyumba ya kutosha hapa Kericho. Msikimbie kusema kwamba pengine unakimbia kwa maana mambo yatakuwa namna gani. So kwa hiyo nasema asante, Mungu awe na nyinyi. Asanteni, kasanteni.
There is also a team of ladies who have been giving support to Mrs. Koech. First, we want to thank you for the support. It's been a good system of support that has come. You've always stood together. We would want to recognize you. Maybe wherever you are, you could stand up. And maybe if one of you would want to say a word, this would be the time. Wengine wanaweza kusimama.
Bwana asifiwe. Nataka kuchukua hii fursa kwanza kusema pole sana kwa jirani zetu, Mr. and Mrs. Koech and their family. I want to say pole sana. Hii kifo cha mtoto wao ilitupata kwa mshangao na kwa pigo kubwa sana. Na kama wamama wa hii kijiji tulihusunika na bado tunahusunika. Tumeweza kuomba na dada wetu na pamoja na jamii yake, but we know God is faithful. He'll give you the strength. Tunataka kushukuru kwa nyinyi wote kwa kufika siku ya leo kusindikisha mtoto wetu Anderson. We had a lot of hopes with him. is of the age of marriage. So we were looking forward as mothers of this Kokwet, ya kwamba soon and very soon, our son was bringing us a daughter home. So that is what we were expecting and we were looking forward to. Mama Anderson is one of us in this group of women from this Kokwet. Kokwet is within this area. And we are all saying pole sana. Asanteni kwa kufika kwa wingi. And as usual, we are tied up together. When these things happened, tulikuja pamoja, we prayed together, and we are still continuing to do so together. We want to say thank you so much. These beautiful ladies, to say pole, we would just want to do one number kwa sababu ya upendo ya mtoto wetu. So we are going to sing just one song. Kindly give us that time. Song number 81. Thank you so much. Ogaso kweglogo iwechu. Okwe temingwa. Nyone so banda boy. Nyone go mutege bega. Kiptaya namane unyu. Kiptaya sirebetua. Kiptaya namane unyu. Kiptaya nyosiberura. Manyone go atkinye. Enrirene nyine boge. Agotu nyone go barchi. Laitorna tenyi wanduni. Kiptaya naman. Jeso kiptaya sigebetua. Kiptaya namane unyu. Kiptaya nyonsi berura. Nute moyoni jeso. Konyoru betu tamnere. Agomki walking down to good. Agebele go ususwe. Kiptaya namane unyu. Kiptaya sigebetua. Kiptaya namane unyu. Kiptaya nyosiberura. Amitena no anendet. Embetu no tombonere. Tosata batembetu non. Yetungi gute iriage. Kiptaya namane unyu. Jeso. Kiptaya sigebetua. Kiptaya namane unyu. Kiptaya nyosiberura. Kristo amache awendot. Engaya nenenyitatko. Ribaton agigimiton. Ago iweke mwanyuni. Kiptaya namane unyu. Jeso. Kiptaya sigebetua. Kiptaya namane unyu. Kiptaya nyosiberura. Asanteni sana. Na mtuombe katika hii kijiji. We have also lost a banker on the opposite side. And here we are for a doctor. May God console the two families. Asanteni.
Thank you, Mrs. Rotich. And thank you again to the ladies. The ladies have a very good support system. I would want to challenge the men to also try and have a similar one, so that in occasions like this, we have a good team that gives support to whoever may have been affected. I'm informed that there is also there are another two groups. One is Utat and Mnyeindo. If there are any representatives from the two groups, Utat and Mnyeindo, this would be the chance. If you are here, would you want to come forward? Utat and Mnyeindo. And as we continue, anyone who may not have viewed the body, you can quietly come, view the body, and go and sit. Anyone who may not have viewed the body and would like to view, come quietly and view the body. This is with that group. Okay, Mrs. Rono.
Okay, I take this opportunity as UTAT group and on behalf of UTAT group to say pole sana to the Koech family, the entire family, the community. We want to say that we are all here to share together this sad moment where we have lost our son. It's a very sad moment indeed. And we just want to say that it's only God who will replace and who will fill that gap. And we are here to say pole to this family. And standing here is a group of UTAT group. We are together with Regina Koech, and we have come a very long way. We have bonded together. We are sisters, and we really feel the pain. We know that we may not really explain how deep it is, but we really feel, and we are with you, Regina, and your children, and we just telling you that it is time that will help you to heal. You cannot compare this pain with anything else. And with the siblings also, we want to say that it's only God who will help you to come to terms with what has happened. And as a nation, we know that we have lost a professional, a doctor, a very young doctor, a very prospective doctor. And the mother and the father and even the siblings, I know, will really take, it will take the hand of God for you to come to terms with the loss of this very young, prospective, and promising young person. So let me just take that short time to say pole, and may God bless you, and may God take care of all of you and of all of us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Utat. And then now, Mnyeindo, the Mnyeindo group, if you are around, please come forward. And as we continue, I would want to make a brief announcement. We have the washrooms hapa chini. To my left, we have the washrooms to my left for both ladies actually and men. And we have to my right, we have the washrooms for the family. If the Mnyeindo group is not around, we would now proceed to the next step, and we will call on the family. I'll call Ambrose Koech to come forward. Sorry for that kind of hiccup. Pascal, please come forward. Pascal was a very close friend to our son Anderson. They've come a long way. Please.
Family and friends of Anderson KIbet Lagat. My name is Pascal Kuka. As had been mentioned, I've been friends with Anderson for a long time, for more than half of our young lives. So we first met in Mango High School, as PJ and Timothy have said. That was in 2003. He was this young guy from Tengecha school in Kericho. Then we happened to be in the same dormitory, actually on adjacent beds. So we become friends ever since then. And there are some things that have been mentioned about him, especially when he was in high school. So as PJ had said, he used to do what we call extending. That is reading after hours. Normal preps will go until 9:30, and then we'll all go back to the dorm. You know, some of us are chatting or having a cup of tea to prepare to sleep. But then Anderson, after the tea, he'll go back to class to do some more reading. So we used to laugh about it, like asking him, "Kwani wewe nini unasoma nyinyi hatusomi?" But then at the end of the term, he'll always be, you know, like number 1, 2, and 3 every term. Of course, when we all went to Mangu, you know, we all thought like we all, you know, we all good at the primary schools. But you know, if you meet guys like Anderson who will beat you, we used to call them cream de la cream, like the top of the best. So there's one thing that you're always proud of, even to this day, is that in our class of 2006, he was the only person to get an A in business studies. So we all thought he will do a business course, but of course he ended up doing medicine. But then still, even up to this day, you could just see a bit of business acumen that he had, you know. Like when you're having conversations, when you're chatting about any business ideas, you always bring another idea just to show how much he was good in business. So in high school, he also met a number of friends who are still close to him. There's someone called Christian Orlando. By the time we were doing the high school presentation, I don't think he was here. There's also Silas Mabeta, I think he was also here, and Timothy Tauri and PJ. So all those were his friends in high school. So fortunately enough, we passed enough to get into medical school. We ended up at Moi University. And because we are friends all along, we got into the same room. So we are roommates, me, Anderson, Teddy over here, and Timothy. So we are roommates for about 3 years, 3, 4. So during that time, we also still very close. You know, university is a bit different from high school in that you're getting a bit of independence. You know, you have to rely a bit more on yourself rather than being pushed in high school. But despite that, you know, we still remain friends. So one thing I always remember was that when he joined first year, the first few months, for some reason, he didn't have an M-Pesa line. Like he had a number, but he could not transact by M-Pesa. So because of that, the father used to send money to my phone, and then I will give it to him. So every time, you know, when he was broke, he'll keep on asking me, "Mzee ametuma pesa bana?" I'm like, no, bado hajatuma. And then also because of that, I mean, I always knew his financial status. I always knew when he was broke, when he had money, because I was like his accountant. During that time, he also made, within the 6 years, he also made lots of friends. As you can see, he had a big group from the undergraduate class who came in. But some of his other close friends were Babu, I don't know if he's here, Kevin Kipkeni, others known as Matara. There's Yvonne, Kaleche, Nelio Kasiba, Orare, Elsie. All those were his very good friends in undergraduate. So once we finished undergraduate, still the same year, we went for internship at different places. We went to Narok, I went to Thika, but it's also another phase of our lives when, you know, we we were working, we had a bit of responsibility, we had, money. That's something that we always, dreamed about, like the time when we'll start earning money. Of course, we had a lot of big plans about what we'll do with the money. Some of them, of course, never worked out, but even during that time with our busy schedules, we'll still find time to meet somewhere in between. Like Nairobi was somewhere in between Thika and Narok. So whenever we get time, we'll meet. Teddy was an intern at Nairobi, so once in a while he'll host us. And even after internship, when we're starting to work in Bungoma, I was working in Kisumu, we still used to meet. And despite, our goal was always to be doctors, but after that, when we realized, like we still need to further our studies, that's when we decided to join postgraduate. Unfortunately, by then we had gotten different interests. I wanted to do medicine, I wanted to do any sort of surgery. So I first got into Aga Khan, and then the same year, he also got into Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital to do the program that unfortunately you're still doing up to his demise. So some things I've been saying about him, especially his work ethic. This is a guy who, even as diligent as he was in high school, imagine a 13, 14-year-old having the conscience of mind to leave others in the dorm and go read, extend hours. So he still continued that way up to during this time. He always used to do his studies mostly at night. And as far as I know, he had a very good work ethic. He never missed work. And he always strived to be the best at his work. So Anderson, he didn't hate a lot of people, but there's a group of people that he particularly didn't like at all. These were any of colleagues who were either lazy or people who will miss work, or people who leave work with other people. So one of his ways of saying that, a doctor is not working to his level, he'll say, kukaa mimi nikiwa mgonjwa nisijipata kwa huyu daktari. Nikijipata kwa huyu daktari mimi nitatoka tu, hawezi nitibu. So that was his way of saying, like this guy needs to, step up their game. This guy needs to do more. So we were already talking about, he was to finish his postgraduate in a few months. I was lucky enough to finish mine last year. So, because of that, we're already, talking about the next step. Of course, life was looking up in terms of just the outlook, having bigger responsibilities, being a consultant and all that. But unfortunately, that was not to work. I said God probably had other plans. So we knew Anderson by different names. In high school, mostly it was called KIbet. Later on, people call him Anderson. People call him Anda. People call him Andy. Later on, people started knowing him as Dr. Lagat. But there's a group of people here who call him Taitei. So, of course, the dad and the mom, the sisters, Chepnge, Chepto, Chado, Chumba, and the brother Kelvin. I actually know them by their home names. It's today that I've had some names that I didn't know actually their names. So, I know you feel a lot of pain. We've been with you for the past couple of days. We've tried talking about everything. Because the first time I had the news was through Chado's phone, but I talked to Maritim, who told me about everything that had happened. So that's almost 1.5 weeks ago. So we're still in a lot of pain. I can't say we imagine the pain that you're feeling. But for me, Anderson was closer to me than my siblings are. So I can understand the much of pain that you're feeling. So all we can say is that unfortunately that was his time, it was God's will. But we will find a way. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know which way, but we'll find a way of honoring Anderson so that this will be the last time you're hearing about Anderson KIbet Lagat. Okay, Taitei. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari. You've been a true friend to Dr. Anderson. May God bless you. Now we'll take this chance and have the family speak. Ambrose Koech, karibu.
Uchamage Gogi. Uchamage Tugul. My name is Ambrose Koech. May I take this opportunity first to say Pole for the loss of our son. He was dear to all of us, very dear. And I say this with passion. Why with passion? I was admitted at St. Luke's Hospitals in 2022. And I know what he did to me. I even know how he took care of me. Despite the fact that alikuwa ameshikwa na corona, alinisaidia. Hata akanipatia chai, tukasalamiana, sikushika corona, lakini alikuwa na corona. So, and then thereafter, when I was discharged, he also assisted me. Because of the medical condition in which I was in, he bought me a kansu. So I was dressed like a Muslim. And then when I came to Kufika Sondu, I realized I had to buy a hat now to complete the dressing. Because watu walikuwa wanasema alaikum salam. Nikasema salam, walikuwa wanasema salam alaikum. Nikasema alaikum salam. So I was in a hurry because then they would ask me something else that I could not answer. In which case they will know that I'm not a Muslim. So, but I thank that young man. He was wonderful and a wonderful person. May I take this opportunity to introduce the family? We are not going to come here. Our family is very large, very large. Chibagaram yataro tu lenyemi ito no. Chine bagaram yataro. Enyemi ito no. Amati jo ito no ba. There are very many. Don't know back from all sides. Chibagaram yataro tugul. Aha. So pagaram yataro bichon ko turu so. What I will do, sis zote hatuwezi kuongea. We'll ask a few people. First, I want to introduce the old parents. That is our parents. My mother and father. That is the mother of Andrew and the father of Andrew. Simama, Bamongo. Simama. That is the father. Mama, Simama. I don't know, kindly allow me to give them the microphone. Gogatagityo, kindly. These are the parents of Andrew. These are the grandparents of Anderson. So I would really want them to say Chamge. Yes.
Chamge Tugul. Mutia. Wongo itaek yo bolta Tugul. Kanyong am deri rechu. Kongo missing. Ubendi gelbelio. Kongo itaek. And Mutio ka benderea. Mutio nejek Tugul. Wala kwani. Koutia tanukpa niko gito ye kame moita. Wagelu jam je kabla kwani ko kwani. Mutio gile mutio. Machokoro nanyu. Machokoro shek Tugul. Mutio endupiengo. Ore nyan Tugul.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Arakatok tugul konyitenik chu lu chamege. Chamege nemie. Kongoi ene konet nguni. Nekakotoretech cheptailel kot kobukwech beekab ko. Mutyo en Andas. Mutyo kabisa. Kokichome man nebo man. Lakini kongen Kiptayat ng'alek. Nguni ko lakwanan ko koming'in komakechomdoi. Akot chepyosok kou echek lokomachomdechi ako kakeyosekitu. Kotam ne lakwet nekong'oran ako kakochamcham kasit ako noton nekatakisobei. Korirek chekokiririe kobo kwong'ut. Kelenen ngobukwech ko ngobukyi kapinderea ngobukyi tupchosiekab Andas ngobukyi lakwak okot chikinyoe en olderek kosochi amun kobakach koumiondos ako koribe inendet. Mutyo mutyo kaptaita mutyo en lagokchuk tugul kapnyataro tugul yote. Ane kwa chepyoset neo en karamnyataro. Boiyot koni. Ko nguni kokokiririe nebo man ako kichamech cheptailel. Kokiburi komie ako kisomonso lagochu. Kewekyini kongoi ng'o? Kamuktaindet netoror. Kiwekyini kongoi. Kongoi konyitenichu. Kongoi ikoabuch tugul. Kongoi neo. Mesekeboktondosi kokeririe. Ale matin ot kotarik. Kongoi. Ngokaikai ak kwanda netoror. Kongoi mising. En konyitenichu kaabchi olda tugul. Ano okot Mombasa akot ano. Kongoi. Tayari.
Asante. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, moving forward, I know my sister-in-law. Her parents are not here; they left, but the sisters and the brothers are here. So I want to finish with Karamyataro, and then I'll also give a chance to the relatives of my sister-in-law to say something. Now, what we are going to do, because with the numbers are huge, I want somebody, a representative. Omege jengi ta genge nengolole genge en bitoni Karamyataro bitoni. Peter, ni wewe. Kuchobok mabasi Karamyataro mabasi chita genge. Iko? Hakuna. Mite gura pamo manyo chaboge si represent the other part. And I think we want to be short on behalf of everybody else. Kuyamme amun because of kasarta. So Peter.
Neta na pik chebo kongoi en amasin konyoru kemwa pole mising en kapinderea. Kilele mutyo kabisa mutyo en kapinderea. Mutyo en kibororek tugul. Ko mutyo ak Karamyataro mzima. Karamyataro chemi Bureti, chemi Mabasi, chemi olimbo Soinsi kawek. Kemwoe mutyo en Bomori. Kimwoe pole kabisa, pole mutyo neo. Nekilenen kityo eyeka kangwanit kabisa. Ngwan nebo man. Ngwan kabisa. Kilenen mutyo kapinderea. Pole mising, pole.
Asante. The owner of the vehicle, KDJ 038P, anaitwa. Maybe you proceed to where the vehicle is parked. I think the hazards are on, so maybe the vehicle will start when you want to move. Kindly move. Wacha nipatie nafasi. Our brother also, a very good friend of the family, very supportive. He has really assisted a lot. Introduce yourself and then talk.
Kongoi. My name is Zakaria Mitei. I am a cousin to Andrew. We share the great grandfather with them. So I'm a member of the family. I would like to take this chance to offer my condolences to the family of Andrew, the extended family, Nyataros, Kesores, and the clan, Kiborare, Mutya mising, Manyun. Andrew is a relative and a close friend. I also live in this village, Jepkolon, and he's the one who showed me that there is a piece of land. Please come so that we can be together. So thank you, Manyun. Thank you, Bamuru. Thank you, everybody. It is indeed a great loss to lose such a young man, a promising young man. But we cannot say that God did a wrong thing. We know he must have a reason. Secondly, I want to thank the people who assisted me in chairing the committee that organized for this occasion. Was Mr. Kirui, who was the vice chair, and our young lady there, Chepto, allow me to call you Chepto, was the treasurer, and she was also the one who was updating the WhatsApp, and she really played a great role in connecting the friends, those who know Anderson, the friends, the classmates, and all. Thank you so much, Chepto. And thank you, the whole family. Even though I was the chairman of the committee, I really did not feel like there was much work to do, because even Andrew himself or the children would actually organize for so many of these things that you see here. So this family has really been trying, even in their hardest moment. Otherwise, I don't have much, except condolences from my mother, Leah, my mother, Esther, and Bornes, and also from the Cherokins of Monoru. They lost their mother, and today is the burial. So they couldn't come, but they are saying, please receive their condolences. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you for coming, and God bless you. Thanks.
Thank you, Zagaria. Mi jebio said to know in Bogram Tarema Basi, kindly.
Tôi ngay tại tại tiền của lâu mù này, ông gọi mì sinh, tại chỗ đây chi nè, mua cho mì sinh đây chi nè, mua cho mua cho kapisa, chắc kapisa mua được tay vậy, ông gọi mì sinh kapisa, ông cái chăm là quan là cái nồi chăm chưa, có gì, ông mặc cái gì này bún, kia đó cái gì mặc cái gì. Pole kabisa kabomuru, pole kabisa, pole bamongo. Kala mata tukul ki pole kabisa, pole bomuru. Kwa mango tendo jo.
Asante. I would draw so that it doesn't become one-sided. I want to ask the sister and our sister and the brother of Regina. Akuja kuongea neno moja tu. Mass is about to begin. Stefano, are you around here, Stefano? Where are you? Stefano, kindly, hurry up.
Amachale amwachi kamuktaindet kongoi amun mieindo ak chomyet nebo abule nekaaker eng konyekyuk ak kakoker chi tugul. Amache ale kora mutyo en echek amun kokibet chito nekikure Sujaa lakini amun kokichome koker kamuktaindet kole amuti amun mobo bichu nenyun. Kelenji kamuktaindet kora kongoi. Koin konyon kekuren orenyon Kipchililet. Regina kobunu Kipchililet. Ketupche tuan ak tupchosiek kyok alak. Ko konyon kebore Karab Turgut. Bomorinyon ko Arap Chemosit. Kokomoche any kongetyo biik kyok tugul chebo Arap Chemosit en ui tugul ole miten ngomiu. Amun ngorichek ana obwan Karap Chemosit Karap Turgut obwan ingel obwan usinye ko taisiek okoloen bichu loen biik toek chemi ona olen yon ole ongen olo. Okay, sawa maing'ololi obwan any obwan amoche oker tugul Kap Chemosit Karap Turgut ak Karap Kipchililet tugul en jumla obwan ta ko Kipchililin Kipchililet obwan tugul ta ibo Kipchililet. Obwan tokomi ng'o netokonyone? Oh, sawa. Bichu any ko tupchosiekab Regina. Obwan tupchosiekab Regina taju mi lagok osinye sikomi tupchosiekab Regina tugul. Obwan ta otupche Regina okuren otupche. Obwan. Sawa. Sawa. Obangan tupchosiekab Regina imyono bo muru imyono miu obwan yani ak chepyosiokwak bichu any ko bo Karap Turgut bichu chu mi tai yu. Karap Turgut chemi tebesonik ak Belgut. Belgut ko echek kityo echek chekibwan Belgut ko chekitupche ne chebo konyon obwan ko chwany ko tupchosiekab Regina chetupcho ne kamet agenge bomuru noni kitupche werto neo nenyon kibore Charles Bett kisirto ko tupchenyon kibore Tegla Sige ko netoenyon any kibore Sofia ko Regina ko mi koweri kerubuke tuan sawa ko chepyosetab werikan ko nenyun ni ko Karap Turgut ni tebesonik ko boisiekyok komi somoku ang'wanu tebesonik chuto sawa lagokyok chun sawa katar.
I want to give a chance to, there is somebody who came from the US. These two,
miten in Kababule, abulechonisiek kyok chebo Kababule chekitupche ak mama Ngoro, Arap Simit, otelelien yon chi nebo Arap Simit. Sawa.
I can see Father is already here. So I want to request Dominic. Dominic came from the US the other day to come and condole with the family, and Jamutai. All of them, okay, all of them came. Kuja chini all those children who came, who were the brothers and sisters of the late Anderson, kujeni hapa nyinyi wote. Kujeni, chemua taongea. Oh, anybody else can talk. Come, kujeni wote. Watoto wote.
To all parents, all friends, families, guests who have traveled from far, welcome. Thank you for your support. And nawasalimu wote, habari yenyu. Kwa jina mimi naitwa Sylvia Chemtai. I'm going to introduce my brothers and my sisters, and then I'll say a few words on behalf of our siblings. This is Dominic. He's our eldest brother. My father is Ambrose Koech, who was speaking and introducing our family. This is Beth Sheba. She's our sister-in-law, married to Kevin. And this is Evans. This is Masi Chebet. Chado, we call her Chado. This is Chumba, Winnie, Chemnge, and Chepto. We have another brother, Abraham. Suaz, Dr. Anderson was called Tete. We loved Tete so much. The pain we feel today, it's hard for us to utter, to even believe that our brother is gone. But hearing the love from our friends and family who have traveled far to be with us today, it gives us hope. It gives us strength to accept that his life on earth was not finite. My brother was amazing. He was a tall giant. We loved him dearly. He made us laugh. He helped us eat more than cooking, but he did help us in the kitchen. He was a jokester. He was a prankster. And above all, he loved mom and dad dearly. He talked about family all the time. The things that we learned from my brother are love, kindness, humility, generosity, hardworking. He was a star in our family. Our star lays today, but will never be forgotten. Today, we say to Tete, go well, my brother. Go well. We loved you, but God loved you more, and he saw it fit to call you home. And for everybody who came here to say goodbye, we thank you. It's a huge sacrifice to be here, and we thank you. We don't take it for granted. We honor your presence. We were joking the other night with Tete would have a few words to say about our gathering. He would be the prankster telling us jokes throughout the night. But on behalf of our family, of the siblings, we say, Asante sana. And we say thank you. May the love that we feel today continue. May the support that we feel today, even after our lives get back to normal and we get back to regular routine, may that love and support that Tete gave us and taught us continue. Mom, Dad, thank you for bringing this amazing human being into this world. And thank you for teaching us to be siblings, to love each other, to work hard, to take care of each other. Mom, I don't know what else to say, but Tete loved you more than anything in this world. And if he was here today, he would want you to know that he loved you a lot. For all of us, Mom raised all of us. And we knew how disciplined, she had a strong hand of discipline. So for some of these kids here will probably never know Zalivast, Sociot. But we grew up on those things, and that's why we stand here. Mom was very generous with that. Tete was the biggest recipient of it because he was naughty. But nonetheless, he would not be where he is without the love and care that Mom and Dad did and the discipline that they instilled into us. So for today, we say goodbye to Tete, and we say, fare thee well. We release you to the heavens. We release you to the angels, and keep watch over us. Our group has shrunk from 10 to 9, but it will forever be 10 in our hearts. And for that reason, we are thankful that we have each other. So without taking too much time, I want to say thank you again, and God bless each and every one of you. And may you all have safe travels as you go back home later on. And please remember my family in your prayers every day as we try to cope with this tragic loss. God bless you. We are going to do tributes for my brother that we all and his nephews, his nieces wrote on his behalf. So. Oh, my bad. We're going to do the eulogy first.
The life and times of Dr. Anderson KIbet Lagat, Tete, our brother. This week has been the hardest week in my family. It was really hard to plan this funeral. But here we are, we've made it through the week. Allow me to call him Tete, because akiamuka asikie namwita Anderson, atashanga. Tete was a doctor. Okay, Anderson was a doctor to many, but to us, he was a son and a doting brother. He lived a life of dedication to his family and was loyal to his friends. He made sure to learn what each of us was doing and would help us perfect it, even though it wasn't his line of work. And this made him a pillar to our family. Tete was loving, caring, full of humor, polite and generous. Anderson was born in Nakuru County. He was the fourth-born child in the family of Andrew and Regina Koech. He was born on 20th June 1988. And Mr. Andrew and Mrs. Regina Koech are from Chepkolon Village, Kericho County. He's the grandson to Raphael Sambu, Elizabeth Sambu, and the late Teresia Turgut. Brother to Jacqueline Koech, Kihoi, Caroline Koech, Kirui, MTRH, Mercy Koech, Mama Nate's Pastries, Kevin Lagat, County Government of Kericho, and Winnie Koech from Life Care International Insurance. Dominic Kirui from USA and Sylvia Koech Curtis from USA. Abraham Kirui and Evans Kirui. Brother-in-law to Dr. Peter Kihoi of Central Bank of Kenya, Dr. Peter Maritim, MTRH, Bernard Ngetich from ANJ, Bathsheba Langat from Exotic Hotel, Stanley Mangi from Microsoft Kenya, Melissa Kirui, who is in the USA, and Joe in the USA, and Christine Zhao. He was uncle to Ryan, Reina, Brandon, Naima, Zuri, Kipkalia, Nathan, Dave, Umi, Serena, Luca, Julia, Kyle, Chebet, and Kibet. Cousin, nephew, and friends to many. Anderson started his education in Nakuru. He went to Elimu Nursery School in the early 90s, 92 to 1994, then he first joined St. Joseph's Primary School, then went to Tengecha Boys Primary, where he completed his primary education in 2002. Then proceeded to Mangu High School, where he was the only student, as Dr. Pascal Coker has said, to score an A in business studies. He was extremely proud of his school, and he always associated with the achievement of past and present alumni. He joined Moi University School of Medicine in 2009 to 2014, where he attained his bachelor's degree in medicine surgery. In 2018, he started his master's in medicine orthopedic surgery, for which he was passionate about and spoke highly of his mentors. I know each and every of his consultants because he spoke highly of them. And he was in his final year of his MEd. He planned to do fellowship in limb lengthening surgery after his orthopedic surgery postgraduate work. Dr. Anderson Lagat did his internship at Narrow County Hospital in 2015. Thereafter, he was posted to Bungoma County Level 5 Hospital, where he worked until his demise. My brother was brilliant. He was a well-rounded individual. He liked to challenge himself in different areas, like painting. He painted our gate. You see, when you come from the other side, Anderson is the one who painted that gate. And unfortunately, the day he was painting, it really rained. So he took the, what is it called? Polythene, and covered the gate. And Dad told him, Tete, mbona una paint? Wacha nikutafutie watu wa kusaidia. When these guys came to paint, Tete was like, they are doing a shoddy work. Let me do it myself. Tete painted my house in Eldoret, my sister's house. And also he loved baking. We used to bake with him. Okay, my sister has a company called Mama Nate's Pastries. She, maybe she can talk about that later. But we used to bake with Anderson up to 2 a.m. Anderson loved cooking. Kuchoma nyama ilikuwa yake. Hata sijui tutafanya aje Christmas. We're gonna miss him. Which nobody dared to get in his way. He was a football fan and he loved traveling. You should go to his house. He has beautiful antiques. He liked collecting antiques. He used to run like twice or thrice a week. He loved hiking. He conquered the Table Mountain in Cape Town, South Africa. He was passionate about athletics, about wrestling, about boxing. He was a staunch Catholic and an altar boy when he was in high school. Anderson lived a healthy life. He has never been sick. He just got burnt when he was a young boy. That was the first time nilisikia ni mgonjwa. I think he was less than a year. Akachomeka. He was admitted, but he was okay. But nevertheless, he has been of good health until 24th of August 2022, when he complained of exhaustion, shortness of breath, and severe chest pain while on his way to work. He called me at around 8:12 a.m. and told me, Chepto, my chest pain is severe. It's getting worse. Okay, we've been together like tulikuwa naye from Monday, Tuesday. He was complaining of this chest pain, but it was very mild. So we gave him paracetamol. But this Wednesday morning, he called me and said, see, my pain, chest pain is very severe. I'm at Ampath Module 1. Come and get me. When I got there, my brother was sweating a lot. He was in severe chest pain. He couldn't even walk. The doctor he told me, go and get aspirin 300 milligrams. I'm having a heart problem. So I went to Chandaria, got aspirin for him. Nikamletea, he swallowed the drug. But again, he couldn't walk. So we got a wheelchair and pushed him to cardiac care unit. Now we went to do an ECG first. There's a test called ECG that we did. And then we took him to the cardiac care unit. Things went from, I don't know. It was really, anyway. So in evaluation, he was found to have suffered a myocardial infarction. He was given the best emergency treatment by the cardiac care team, but unfortunately succumbed at 10:10 a.m. Rest in peace, Tate. Thank you.
This is a tribute from our dad. Dear son, your intelligence, love, let me read mine. Hi, Tate. Words cannot explain what I feel in my heart. You have left a void that I know not how to fill. You gave no one a last farewell, nor ever said goodbye. You were gone before I knew it, and only God knows why. I have to hide my heartache when someone speaks your name. You are really excited to finishing your master's and starting your dream job, what you really loved. You always took your time to explain about orthopedics and the procedures you did in the theater. Even though I couldn't even understand. I hope you feel like you lived the few years God gave you to the fullest. I want to confirm to you that you sure did, and don't you doubt yourself. You actually outdid yourself. I keep looking at the door, expecting you to walk in, just as you used to in every function. Guess what? This function is for you, and you ain't ever walking through our door. If love alone could have saved you, you never would have died. You did so many things for us. Your heart was so kind and true. When we needed someone, your heart was so kind and true. When we needed someone, we could always count on you. You had such a brilliant mind and was full of humor. Thank you, Tate, for listening to me and giving me sound pieces of advice when I needed. Your answers were always short and to the point. My children are devastated of your loss. You truly are a gem to them. Thank you for the gifts you always brought them. In life, I loved you dearly. In death, I love you still. In my heart, you hold a place no one else can fill. It broke my heart to lose you, but you didn't go alone, for part of me went with you the day God took you home. We will meet again someday in a better place, I know. I thank God he made you my brother while you are here on earth. Do not feel bad that you have left. We will be fine somehow. Tunane baadaye. Chekne.
From chapter. My dear brother, as I write this tribute, my tears are flowing like a river. But I know I have to do this. I can't believe I will never see you again for dinner at my house. How will I wrap this around my head? I know I'll still be looking at the window expecting you. We had a great relationship as siblings. We loved and took care of each other. You were great at this. You loved us with all your heart, and we loved you too. You are an intelligent, smart, full of humor young man, and we will miss this about you. You made our holidays beautiful and colorful. Surely, sasa nani atachoma nyama. You always remembered our birthdays, and you made them beautiful for us and memorable. My last birthday, you bought me perfume with the most beautiful scent. And I actually boasted about this. Those who are my friends know about that I was given a very nice perfume by my brother. Yes, you knew how to pick good quality things from your wardrobe to the collection of things in your house. Our kids love you. Chebet cried so much and asked difficult questions that I couldn't answer. She wrote several letters to you. I wish you could read them. She has been my comforter. This girl really loved you. When you called me on the 24th August at 8 a.m. saying your chest pains had worsened, I never thought it was going to be our last conversation. Medics tried their best to bring you back, but you bowed out. The 34 years you lived were your best years, and God thought it was the time to take you home. I will miss you, Tate. Words can't describe this. The pain I feel for losing you is unbearable. But I hope one day it will get better. I love you so much. Your memories will keep us going for now.
Until we meet again, my brother. Please rest well. Hello, my name is Mercy. In Eldoret, I'm known as Mama Nates. In Kericho, I'm Chado. And at home, I'm Chado. I'm going to read my tribute to Tate. Hi, Tate. Words alone are not enough to say what I feel. You left without a word and walked out of our lives at a very young age. You had so many plans for your future. We sat down every evening and we would talk about what you want. I would have loved to see you achieve all your dreams. Anderson used to talk about a particular consultant, Njoro. I learned about nilisikia juu ya Njoro. I think I've seen you today. I've never seen you, but I've heard so much about Njoro. I have sat down on my bed where we used to sit and talk, or you would rest after your long shifts. And I still have no answer as to why it was necessary to lose you now. God knows better. I'm going to miss our long talks or even silence while we sat on my bed, and your love for all of us was boundless. As you've heard, I have a bakery, and Anderson would slice all my cakes. I don't know why, but he would do that. He would miss that. Who is going to visit us every night for dinner? He was our alarm clock. Tulikuwa tunajua imefika 6. He opens the gate. It's dinner time. That's how we knew it was him. Who is going to lift our kids up to the ceiling? Do you see what you're missing? I'm going to miss you so much. I hope you feel that in life you've fulfilled all that you had set out to achieve. That's the only consolation we now have, that you are happy. As your light shines, Tate, I want you to know we are all okay. We have cried a lot and we will miss you. But be at peace, my friend, because today we release you. I'm wishing we could bring you back. But God decided he needs you more. He must have discovered what a gem you are. Farewell, Tate. I love you. Chado.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kevin, but at home I'm commonly called Boss. I'm going to read a tribute to my brother. Dear brother, as I was writing this tribute, I couldn't help the tears. Thousands of tongues are not enough to explain the pain. You linger in all my childhood memories. I remember how you were so protective of me and Chumba. You wanted the best for everyone. In our primary school days, you could come to my class and spend time revising with me on forthcoming exams. Most often than not, I passed as a result. You conquered in fields of your endeavor, be it education, medicine, cooking, painting, Rubik game, etc. You always set the bar high, a factor that motivated and inspired us. I will miss the days we could meet over choma and drinks as we talk the whole night over personal issues affecting us. I consulted with you in most of my major decisions. You gave me best advices that have shaped my life so far. Tate, your generosity and honesty was one of a kind. You brought us gifts from your various escapades and sacrificed for us severally. Big brother, you have left a big gap that will be so difficult to fill. Why did you have to go so soon? Your death has broken us into pieces, but we shall soldier on. We shall strive to emulate you and live by the principles you taught us. Heaven must be jubilating for receiving such a beautiful soul. I've lost a confidant, friend, and big brother. Rest till we meet again. We will miss you so much, boss.
Hi, Tete. Words cannot explain the void.
I'll read Chumba's tribute to Tete. Hi, Tete. Words cannot explain the void we feel in our hearts when we think of you. We expect you to show up in the house the way you always did, but unfortunately, this is not possible now. What we have now are all the memories we created together. For the 34 years you have been in this world, we will miss your generosity as well as your humor. You loved us unconditionally, without flailing. Your mind was brilliant and genius-like. You are hardworking, ambitious, and meticulous in all your doings. All these attributes are what made you unique and now irreplaceable in our family. As said on the song Reckless Love by Cross Arbery, where he compared God's love to being reckless, meaning he is utterly unconcerned with the consequences of his actions with regards to his comfort. That is what I feel is how you also loved us.
My dear brother, in life, I loved you dearly. In death, I love you still. You will always hold a special place in my heart. I can't believe I won't hear your voice again. I can't see you smile or get to hug you just one more time. Today, my heart aches. Today, I find it hard to find joy in life because you're not here. Till we meet again, keep smiling. Keep them laughing up there because you did that for us. And know that we will forever cherish you. Fly high, Tay-Tay. Love you forever. Ciao.
Barakilam too. My name is Dominic, and at home they call me Dominic or Kimindo. Tay-Tay. Hey brother, as we all replay the time we shared in this world, I want everybody to know that it was truly a privilege and honor to call you our own. Our own brother, our own doctor, is our own comedian, and I tell you, he was the brains of this operation, and most of all, just ours. You dedicated your life to serving others selflessly, and with a quiet disposition about yourself, you made us all laugh and smile. Your arms are always open wide, and you always help anyone at your doorstep, and for that and more, we thank you. It is with total love, admiration, and respect we share these words. Yet these words will do no justice in fully describing who you are. We remember your resourceful spirit, dedication to working hard, that quick wit about you always with the quick comeback. And I know time and space may have kept us afar, but you know what? We really were never apart. We love you, brother. Our Tay. Okay, Dr. Anderson Langat. We will forever hold you and your aspirations in our hearts. And as you rise up with the angels, they know they got a real good one, actually the best in their presence. We love you and always will. Our hearts miss you so much and always will. And may peace always be with you. With love, Dominic.
My name is Naima Chebet. I miss you, Tate. I love you so much. You always made me happy and even taught me a song. You bought me gifts. I know you are in heaven, but you will always be my favorite uncle. You have no idea how I feel. I feel so sad. Say hi to God and all angels in heaven. I will never forget you, and I love you so much. Your lovingness, baby.
My name is Zurina Lelkiri. I love you, Tate. You are the best uncle. Nothing can fool my heart. I will always be with you, and you will always be my uncle. Say hi to God. You're loving, nice Lily. My name is Nathan Dave. I miss you, Tate. Even when you're in heaven, you're still my uncle. I love you, your loving nephew, Tulu. My name is Reina. Hi, Tate. I miss you so much. I wish you never went to heaven. You are the best uncle ever. I love you with all my heart. Thank you for all the presents you gave me and for loving me. Your loving niece, Buju. My name is Kipkalia Kainan. Dear Tate, you buy me present when on the week. Rest to Uncle Tate.
My name is Brandon. Hi, Uncle Tate. Thank you for being my uncle, but fate had already taken its course. I'll remember the books and presents you got for me. Honestly, I was in the horns of dilemma when I heard the devastating news. I guess this is goodbye. Bye, Brandon.
My name is Ryan, dear Uncle Tate. It is with great sorrow that we are here today, but great pleasure that you have gone in peace. I would like to thank you for all the times you brought for me gifts, took me out and shared loves with me. I will never forget anything you have done for me. I will meet you again, but until then, goodbye.
Dear Andy, I've
known you for the past 22 years or even more. What started as family friendship ended up as close relative, my brother-in-law, a friend, a colleague, and one who interacted with you, saw that you always stood out from the crowd, and one could tell that you are destined for greatness. Whenever you developed interest in anything, be it academics or any other field that you found it likable to you, you put all your diligence to deliver. Mama Nets can attest to this, and everyone who's ever built or done any construction, because you're always there to give your views on renovation or any other aspect to that. It is said that your surgical skills were enviable by many. I remember the day you came to Cape Town, and at that point I realized you're such a young soul, you know, traveling carefree and wishing to see the world, and that really motivated me, and it changed a lot of perspective why I see the future. You explored places in Cape Town that I had never set my foot on for the 2 years that I was there, and specifically and up to now, for sure, I've never been to the Red Bus, but you did this severally. You made friends in the 3 weeks you were in Cape Town. Some of them, I'm sure they are streaming live. They are watching you, watching this send-off that we've made for you. Specifically, there's a friend of yours who was to come around deck November, December, and you are to host, but now it's unfortunate that that will not happen. Chebet, your nieces and nephews, specifically Chebet, there's one question she asked me, why Tete? I've not answered that question till now. You touched and changed and aided healing to many lives, and that will be forever indebted to many. Anderson, to be honest, what I'll miss most is the evening visits. I think that has been said by most of us. It will stay in Eldoret, and you always came through that gate, and we knew it was dinner time, or we knew it was bedtime for the kids, because you'll always leave around 8:30. We'll miss you for that. I remember the evening that we had at dinner. It was on Monday. You just told us that you had a chest pain, and you were just sitting in the sitting room, having tea after dinner. I remember us telling you, hey, Tete, man, this chest pain, what is it? He said he was running. He had done a run that weekend, and it was raining. And he just said maybe it was just the rain that got him the chest pain. And he was on medication. But the discussion, the joke that we made out of that chest pain, little did we know that that was going to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hey, brother, there is an endless road to rediscover, and though the sun has set on you, that should not hold you back. Roam and run free like wild horses, and finally, from your favorite actor, Thanos, favorite quote, I finally rest and watch the sun rise on a grateful universe. The hardest choices require the strongest wills. Rest easy, dude.
Dear Dr. Harry, I'm still in denial that you're gone. I keep hoping I'm in the middle of a bad dream from which I'll wake up. Looking at you, looking so calm and peaceful as you lie there, like someone just taking a nap, I'm hoping you are soon going to wake up. It's surely going to take a long time for me personally to accept. I remember the first time we met in the year 2006 at Mangu High School. I came with your two sisters, Chemnge and Chepto, for a visit. You welcomed me then, and I've always felt your warmth and acceptance to the family, and you've been a brother to me since. You are very generous with your time and resources. You are especially generous with your nephews and nieces. I have 2 of them, so I'm a witness of the love and gifts you showered on them. They really looked forward to your visits. You had a brilliant mind, and we could engage in stimulating conversations, be it in medicine or any topic under the sun. Your meat roasting skills were legendary, and it was your automatic assignment in any family gathering that we had. You loved fine things in life: clothes, shoes, phones, my wife's chapatis, only the best for you. You talked straight and told it as it was. You never sugarcoated the truth, and one always knew where they stood with you. We started jogging about 3 years ago as a family. We called ourselves the Road Runners. We shared our runs on Strava, kept each other accountable. You are really determined to keep fit. You are very consistent, and I'm proud to say that the two of us kept on, even when everyone else fell off the train. I'll make sure everyone comes back on board in your honor. My biggest consolation is knowing that you lived life to your fullest. You never spared anything to make yourself and the close ones happy. Today, looking at this massive crowd here to bid you farewell is a testimony to the number of hearts that you touched. God takes the best, and indeed has taken the best this time around. Rest well, my brother. We shall meet again.
Dr. Tate, a promising doctor who had blessed hands and a generous heart. Surely Tulu will miss you. He enjoyed the lifts up to the ceiling. Mama Nates will miss you. You are the best creative director. Fare thee well. Tutaonana baadaye.
Thank you, brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces to Dr. Anderson. I'll give this moment to the parents, Mr. and Mrs. Koech, to read their tributes, and Scholar, maybe we can start with you.
Hi everyone. This is Mama Tate, and I'm going to read this tribute to my dear son Tate. My dear son Tate, it's hard to accept the reality that you're gone. You have left us soon and suddenly. We were looking forward to celebrating your achievements, the fruits of your hard work, many other dreams of your lives ahead. Forever, I'll be grateful for the gift of your life and the time God allowed us to be with you. Mom, you had a life full of love, kindness, and humor. Memories from us all. As your mom, Wachini, the time you were in Nakuru, you used to call us Mama Wachini, Mama Wachu. And then later on, Mom, when we moved to Nairobi, you called me Mama Nai. You proudly identified us as your parents. Never did you call me my auntie. Forever, we were your parents. Mommy, fly with the angels till we meet beyond the yonder. Saisere weri nyon, Mama Wanai.
Hamjambo kila mtu. Nataka kuchukua fursa hii kuwashukuru nyinyi wote kwa kufika hapa kwetu. Sikujua Anderson ako na marafiki wengi, hatukujua because Anderson ni mtu mpole, haongei maneno mingi sana. So nataka kuwashukuru nyinyi wote. You are very wonderful people. And I've seen KIbet also was a wonderful son to us. I want to thank you for even creating time to be with us. I want to thank the team from Eldoret. They are also wonderful people. God will reward you because you don't have anything to give you, but it's only God who will give you. I was really happy to see you coming into Chapter's house, and walk tirelessly from morning till evening, even till night, around saa sita ya usiku na muko kazini. I saw the love you have and continue loving these children. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. You are such a wonderful team. Marafiki ya KIbet, you are also such a wonderful team. God bless you. Nataka kusema tu asante. Continue praying for us. Continue praying for us. Big up kokwet. Amale agongoi. Kyo ai konyonet koe kongwanget komakimiten. Ako wekwa kongoi kabisa en tuguk chekyoiwech. Mamuche kora alipan age, lakini lipanon kamuktaindet inegen. So amale agongoi kokwet mieindo and the other groups. Amale agongoi. Koger my sister Beatrice from Naivasha. I want to thank you, Beatrice, for coming. You are such a wonderful lady also. From a group called Joy 133. I want to thank my friends from Eldoret. There are some who came from Eldoret. I want to thank you. God bless you for creating this time to be with us, to share this grief. It has not been an easy journey. It has not been easy. Haikukuwa rahisi, but we want to thank God this far. Thank you so much. So I want to read a tribute to my son. From my dearest Kibenyun, when you came into our lives, we were happy and blessed. You've been good to us as your parents, as well as to your siblings. A part of me was snatched away on that fateful day. A part of me vanished suddenly when death took you away. You meant everything to me. You were everything a son could be. You loved hugging me every morning when you were home. Your future looked so promising and good. It would have been beautiful and bright. Why could not death have spared you, Tete? You had your whole life ahead of you. To have been cut off in your prime is a loss that is so hard to bear. I miss you and think of you all the time. How I wish heaven would give you back to us. You are away from my hand, but never away from my heart. I will treasure your memories, hugs, and calls. I love you, my son. Rest in perfect peace. Mom.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Ilosu not Yesu. Ilosu not Kogen. Before I read my tribute, kwanza wacha nishukuru Mungu. Let me thank God very much for what he has done for us today. So before I read my tribute, I would like to take a bit of your time and say a few things which I feel about Anderson. First, let me say pole to my dear wife, Mama Chumba. Pole sana, you have lost your son. To all my children, pole sana, you have lost your dear brother. All my relatives, Kabaroret kwa Chumula, you have lost a big son. To the villagers here in Kericho and at Tom Cheptuyet, pole sana, you have lost your son. MTRH community, the wonderful people of Eldoret, pole sana, you have lost your fellow doctor. Friends of Anderson, whom you have talked so well about them, I say pole to you all. You have lost your nearest friend. Number two, wacha niseme asante sana. Let me thank first, again, the MTRH staff. They were so supportive. When this incident occurred, it was wonderful. I've never seen a reception like that. When we received the news of Anderson, I mean, he was sick. Chepto called his brother, and the brother came here. He told me that, you know what, Anderson is critically ill. You know, we had to rush to Eldoret. And we found the operation in the hospital was at a standstill. He was just lying on the table. And the comfort and reception we received is unmatched. It was so wonderful. We felt at home. At the hospital, again, you followed us in Chepto's home. It was good. Thank you very much. Let me thank the villagers at home here. We left in such a hurry without informing anybody of anything. But you stepped in, as Mama had said. You took control of things at home. And when we came back, we were surprised. We had lunch and we had come with visitors. I would single out one lady, Eunice. Where are Eunice? Eunice, where are you? Wabie, Eunice, asante sana. That lady is so wonderful. To date, as I'm talking to you, she's managing issues in our house. She has been a wonderful lady. So, plus other people from this village. Asante sana. I will thank all of you, those who have come to console with us today. Asante sana. Friends of our children, including Anderson's friends, you have been with us all through. Asante sana. Let me also thank the church. Water. let me also thank the church. They have been very, very supportive. Thank you very much. Now, when Anderson passed away, we asked ourselves several questions. Why? Why did it happen? Why? There were no feasible answers. It was difficult to get an answer, and to date we don't have an answer. But later on, a proverb of a farmer passed through my mind. When a farmer has prepared his chamber, and he wants to plant any type of seed, may it maize, beans, or what have you, he will go for the best. He will not go for those seeds which doesn't give maximum production. So do God. When God is going to harvest, he will go for the best. That I thought at the time of harvest, I think a visit was made to my family, and they found Anderson to be the best. And he was harvested. So we cannot blame anybody. What we can do only is, especially my children, look at Anderson's strong attributes and capitalize on that. The love he had. You see, your mother has said he used to hug her. I can give testimony on that. That's exactly what Anderson used to do. He used to hug her wherever he comes home and wherever he's leaving. The challenge is now left with you, Kevin. Where is Kevin? For your mom not to miss Anderson so much, and I know you have been doing it, you have got to double up now. You do for yourself and do for Anderson, so that your mom will have peace in her mind. And for the rest of the children, Anderson liked quality work. So let us also, as one of his attributes, let us also engage on quality work. And he was good in making friends. Let us also make friends, as you are doing right now. On the whole, I would thank you very much. Let me read my attributes from Dad. Dear Anderson, dear son, your intelligence, love, smartness, and attention to details on anything you do has always inspired me. One of the things he did, somebody has quoted, was painting the gate. I hired some people to do that work. But when he came, he fired them, paid them small amount, and he started painting the gate himself. So when I came, I said, what is happening? Why are you doing this? He told me those people, I mean, they are doing shoddy jobs. And he did it himself. And he was a doctor. I admire him because of that. I will forever miss your voice calling me Dad. He never called me anything else Dad. Whenever you decided to buy me anything, you always bought me the best, like the sports shoes you brought me from South Africa, which I always treasure. I'll forever treasure the souvenir you brought me from Narok, the Masai Rungu. After election, we had a discussion at home, and one thing you said is that it is good to live a good and quality life while still on this world. I will interpret this to mean goodbye. Rest in peace, my son, Deite. Thank you very much indeed. Asanteni.
All right, thank you. The next session we are going to give to the church. And before that, I just want to make a small recognition for people whom we did not give time to speak. The Oak Tree team, led by Dr. Matthew Koech, we really do appreciate what you did for us in Eldoret. I'm sure your team is here. We just recognize as such. The African Gospel Church Pioneer, led by Reverend home, were well gathered for spiritually. Thank you. We recognize that. We had a special group of students who used to come also as well. We want to recognize you. I'm sure some of them are here. So I want to give to my colleague, Kirui, for a small, and then we hand over to the church. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Okay, so. The church has graciously accepted to give us some few minutes as they prepare. We had earlier on given the opportunity to the provincial administration and the political leadership, but I'm informed that at the time when we did that, the majority of them were not here. This would be the chance for you, but be very brief. I would wish to call, I know they are those who are currently serving and those who are retired. I don't know whether they retire. I would wish to give this chance to Mheshimiwa Charles Arap Kirui. And as he comes, I would also ask Dr. Koech to be ready and the area MCA. Kanisa inatuomba tuwapatie hawa nafasi wanakwaya wakae karibu na hiyo system tunaitumia. Nataka kuwaomba wale wamekaa karibu area hiyo mukiriet nafasi ndio wakuje pande hiyo. So as they do that, Bwana Mheshimiwa Kirui, karibu.
Asante sana. Amjambo nyote. Amjambo tena. Pole tumefika kama tumechelewa. Ndio tunafunja protocol. Asante sana kwa kanisa. Kitu cha mbele sana ndio imetuleta hapa sisi sote ni neno ya kusema pole. Pole sana kwa marafiki zetu na jirani wetu kwa kupoteza mtoto wao. Our very deepest and sincere condolences. As I speak on behalf of myself and my whole family. We say pole to the immediate family of Anderson, his wife, na watoto, Andrew and Regina, and all their children. Familia mzima ya mzee and the wider family, all friends of the family and of Dr. Ari Anderson. And as a neighbor, and as I look around, it's good to see all friends and family. And joining in tandem to give comfort and courage to this family. We pray for God's blessings and God's strength. Iwasaidia kwa wakati huu And already we see that. So tunaona nguvu na vile nyuso zenu zimekaa. Ko kongoi missing otoreto Kiptayat.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa Dr. Koech from the Oak Hospital. And as Dr. Koech is coming, the washrooms are down here. Karibu daktari.
Alien agatak tugul ole omune. Ilasunot Kiptayat. Yes, en kainutik kekurenon Matthew Koech. Ayobu Litein. And ayoe kasit en Moi University ak MTRH. And I'm a family friend of Dr. Maritim. Mwenye tumefanya kazi na yeye since I think around 2008. And I've also been a family friend of Karo Chepto Maritim. And through that connection, nimekuja kujua Anderson. So I think from me, on behalf of myself and my wife, Mercy, and the entire team from Oak Tree, where we practice with Dr. Maritim, we would like to just send our messages of pole and our condolences to the family of Mr. and Mrs. Koech. Tunasema pole sana na tunawaombea Mungu awe nanyi na tutaendelea kuwa nanyi through this difficult time. So sina mengi, ni kusema tu poleni na asanteni nyote.
Thank you, Daktari. Area MCA, tafadhali ukuje karibu. And then you will only recognize the presence of your colleagues. You will be the only one to speak.
Thank you so much. I greet you all in the name of Jesus. Praise the Lord. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My name is Eric Bet, MCA Kipchebor Ward. And we're here in Kericho County, in Amoy constituency, Chepkolon village. And I want to say first, register my condolences from my family and the entire ward of Kipchebor Ward. On behalf of the county government of Kericho, all the MCS, all the elected leaders whom I represent here today, I want to say pole sana to the family of Andrew and Regina. Kimwa Mutiami Singh. We are looking words to even say because Anderson was a young doctor. And a lot of investment had gone to Anderson. And we feel at a loss as a community because this was a doctor who could one day could even save lives of other people. And want to say to the family, poleni sana. We share in your grief in the loss of your son. So I just want to take this short time to say poleni sana. So because of time, I wouldn't want to say much. But if there are leaders in our midst, I would want you to stand. If there are other elected leaders in the midst, or I can say my colleague. And let me donate half a minute because he's my colleague. Aragony was my schoolmate back in the day. Just have a minute to say pole.
Family nebo Andrew. Agechek tugul chekakemwa ngemwa pole en Anderson. Kanyon akane samwa pole. Pichu kobaga the whole team here. Mheshimiwa Bet ni wa nyumbani. I even know Regina and Andrew. I want to believe you voted at home. I want to say pole. Pole kabisa. When I heard about this, it was so unfortunate. Somebody came to my house. Ako lenjon kobe tu erit daktari. Andrew. So I know Anderson. Back in the days, I was a teacher here. And I was a neighbor here. Edward Bore is where I stayed for 2 years before going to university. I interacted with this family. I have come to say pole. The whole family nenyon, kanisa tabes die, nabamindili ilwet, Thomas Desot, Mwalimu Kirui, kamwa chi tugul pole. It was so shocking. Most of them have said they'll find time to join you. Kamwa pole. Ko Eric Bet ko kamwa ko ki my schoolmate, kimita en ane. Ako nguni ko kwa form 2 in county assembly, aname form 1. Ko sige boisien tugul anu pole ni sana. Pole.
So thank you so much. Thank you. Well done. I hope, so I think we end from there, and we thank the church for being patient. Kongwe kanisa for the time you've given us. Sasa tunasema once again, poleni sana.
Okay, asante sana bwana MCA.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Tumsifu tena. Kaba Andrea tugul. Baba wa marehemu Karamnyata Rogoborok. Wageni wote ambao wamekuja. Nachukua nafasi kuwakaribisha kwa hii ibada. Nitasema majina baadaye. Naomba tu tuanze straight away. Naomba waimbaji, please, can you sing the entrance song? And then tutaanza. Tutaongozwa for the mhubiri. Itakuwa Batre mgeni ambaye watatuambia majina yake baadaye. So zote tusimame kwa baraka kwa wimbo wa kuingia. Tujiandae basi zote, tuanze ibada na sala. Naomba wale hawajafunga simu zao, tafadhali ufunge. Iget simu it, utume muje iger. Asikobit ko maimej ketesetai. Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Neema ya Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo na upendo wa Mungu Baba Katika ushirika Roho Mtakatifu viwe nanyi nyote. Nyote mnakaribishwa. Tutoe sala kuu na misa takatifu kumsindikiza huyu kijana wangu. Nasema baadaye kwa nini nimesema hivyo. Arudi kwa baba aliko kutoka kisochini nguni agia mesauti kioge asome chitugul misingo sigiki tupchosiki kanywango borok urenga arab nyataro ak chorono koboto tilionutik ongiome sauti chu agele kiptayat kotokwech akotai kibeti ako magon inendet en tuiyetab chetililen tugul che ilosu kainetab kamuktoindet kototen koboto malaikaisiek kotomo ketestai ongechamdae ng'okiswok kesom kiptayat rianenyin amnyin kimnotenyin tujute dhambi zetu kabla kuendelea. Na kungamia Mungu Mwenyezi, kwani nimekosa mno kwa mawazo, kwa maneno, kwa vitendo na kwa kututumiza wajibu. Nimekosa. Ndio maana na kuomba Maria mwenye heri, Bikira daima, malaika na watakatifu wote, nanyi ndugu zangu, Mungu Mwenyezi atuhurumie, atusamehe dhambi zetu, atufikishe kwenye uzima wa milele. Amina. It's okay. E Mungu mwema, wewe ni rehema ya wakosefu na furaha ya watakatifu wako. Tunakuomba umtumishi wako Anderson KIbet Lagat unayemsika siku ya leo kutuelekeza wajibu wetu kwa kibinadamu. Umjalie ashiriki yeye ya milele pamoja na wateule wako, ili siku ya ufufuko afunguliwe pingu za mauti, apate kufika mbele yako. Tunaomba haya kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Amina. Tukae chini sasa kwa masomo. Wale wanasoma songeni mbele.
The first reading, a reading from the book of the prophet Daniel. In those days, I, Daniel, was mourning, and I heard this word of the Lord. At that time shall arise Michael, the great prince who has charge over your people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never has been since there was a nation till that time. But at that time your people shall be delivered, everyone whose name shall be found written in the book. And many of those who sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. And those who are wise shall shine like the brightness of the firmament. And those who turn many to righteousness like the stars forever and ever. This is the word of the Lord.
Kwaya, tafadhali wimbo wa katikati, baada ya kusemwa tutaimba. So tutaweka wimbo wote.
A reading from the first letter of St. Paul to the Corinthians. Brethren, behold, I tell you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trumpet. For the trumpet will sound, and the dead will be raised imperishable, and we shall be changed. For this perishable nature must put on the imperishable, and this mortal nature must be put on immortality. When the perishable puts on the imperishable, and the mortal puts on immortality, then shall come to pass the saying that is written, death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is your victory? O death, where is your sting? The sting of death is sin, and the power of sin is the law. But thanks be to God, who gives us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ, or who gives us victory through our Lord Jesus Christ. And that's the word of the Lord.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
It's the gospel.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Mtamshikilia kwa kwa. No. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Ongetiet akasobonda moe kiptayat. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
The Lord be with you. A reading from the Holy Gospel according to John. At a time, Martha said to Jesus, Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died. And even now I know that whatever you ask from God, God will give you. Jesus said to her, your brother will rise again. Martha said to him, I know that he will rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said to her, I am the resurrection and the life. He who believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live. And whoever lives and believes in me shall never die. Do you believe this? She said to him, Yes, Lord. I believe that you are the Christ, the Son of God, he who is coming into the world. Kingogas anyun Martha kole nyone Jeiso kwakotorokta inendet ako kitakotebi Maria eng ko. Kolenji Martha anyun Jeiso, Kiptayat, ndoki yu toki magomei werit nekitupche. Ako angen akot ngunon ale kit age tugul ne isome kamuktoindet kokonin kamuktoindet. Kolenji Jeiso inendet, takong'ete ng'etab kameng'ung. Kolenji Martha inendet, angen ale ng'etei en ng'etietab nebo betutab let. Kolenji Jeiso, ang'etiet ak sobondo, inendet neyonon akot ngome kotokosobe. Ak chi age tugul nesobe akoyonon komamei matiny. Tos iyoni inye niton? Kolenji, we Kiptayat, kayan ale I Kristo, weritab kamuktoindet nenyone ng'wony. Chuton logoiwek chemiach chebo Jeiso Kristo.
Tukae chini basi, asante. Asante kwa wote ambao wamefika. Wasomaji siku ya leo ambaye alikuwa dada wa marehemu KIbet and her cousin Chemutai. Thank you very much for the readings. Poleni tumesoma kwa Kiswahili. because of the two readers. They say they are more at home in English than in Kiswahili. That is why. And poleni wazee big ka amunin ogeres ole evine ak poisioniki ko vendi unotan. Kwa machanyun mimi si mhubiri wa siku ya leo, padri mgeni ambaye atatuambia jina lake atahubiri. Penda kuhimiza mambo mawili kidamaduni ambayo ni changamoto wa burial rights. Amai boisiek amang ng'olyon kitigin kotinygei ak konoret anan nebo chito nekonori. Mi kiy nemwoe boisiek en atebet, kwa utamaduni. I'd like to thank also all the peers and friends of KIbet. In tradition, even to date, in this time and moment, our wazee still do not believe that unmarried person like KIbet could come and stay overnight in the home. They don't have any very deep philosophical or theological reasons. But it is some conviction. Kolle kanyo komanda weriti, kolle ne kanyo komanda kwanda. Chepto kolle kanyo komanda chekamet. How? Amache asom boisiek. Kongoi korok Kabendrea for overcoming that. The very fact that you managed to bring, with the consent of your mzee, amangwale ka parte family, ka ibarta msekirui. Boyot ka ibarta Rafael, ko Rafael, baiba agirin. Na baiba kora ke sa tuguli, ke sochin taitab Kabendrea. Leimba pole en ngalek yo kokobi. Kita in the meeting and boisiek, allow me just to express a bit to them. I will just chip in grace here and there. Migi lenen boisiek ko inguni chito netomo kitun anan keyeko keso ko makimutu koruga asikoron kekonori. Eye. Ngoi koyo ng'oliondonoton akonge letit nikomoche amwa ale kongoi en Kabendrea amun you have taken a step forward. But others are still sinking in that system because of any conviction. Amune kongwat konyeta kosobei ko lakweng'ung omiten tuwan ko kalyan pole ko boisien ng'olyot kakaititit. Kan kokaititit kuni ileme ko imache ta iker ko memoche kotorikyin ngwe ayyo ng'olyondonoton. It is only conviction. Mwoe kityo boise mamine kiy neu nikiunganisha na hiyo. If they would really want to keep their tradition. It was even worse before. And we give gratitude to the settlers, the white settlers, when they came in. Before the advent of the settlers, our people here, I'm talking about the Kipsigis, this in Kericho, Bomet, especially, we were not burying our people. It's only after the advent of the settlers that our people were forced. At that time, they were keeping the tradition. Of course, they feared, the dead person. If somebody died in the middle of the day, it is kept in the house, and the whole house is vacated. They wait until evening. After evening, they don't even push the body through the door, the main door, but they break a hole facing the western side of the house. If the door was that side or this side, it is open on that side. And somebody carries the corpse. And that person carrying the corpse goes naked. And he or she goes with it
throw it in the bush somewhere there, and the person remains there for the next 3 days. He doesn't come in because he was considered unclean. So he was fed there, and the way when they were being fed, they bring food. Near where the person is, they start, there was some white sticks. Ngot ko komwa ole mache kisub kuiu mekomi yoton kikebunu kisome anyun kele otekis lagok akotach en gaa neng'ung'et komi akoi kakoruen akoi iboimokonen yeimokonen kokosome noton boisiek chemiten yu amun angen ale yekakobunu tugul en Kipsigis Koborok kotakomiten ng'oliondonoton. Vijana, can you please stand up and stand against that system or ideology? And let us go for something that is new. That is good. Secondly, on top of that, in the culture, there are a lot of traditional cultures as well. I'm saying this because, unfortunately, this is the only moment these days, or the only fora you can pass some message to people. Unfortunately, this is a day of sadness. Ayyayon zanamuni. Akta ko buwan na ni kapandere ay. Kamo buwan ako sa isireti kibete. To man nyigat. Obanyo no tararawe tagenge. Anawo twigisyo. Obwano kasigiki. Amuni matoreti inyon gityo betu negiritosi gun. Piga lagotomo kotuyo en kasarta na goy. And it is again a new culture which we should fight against. We should not meet only on funerals. Organize other fora where we can meet. Asigi gat ke toroige. Agi rute chigan. So also menotoni enutagibendi. In the culture, I said earlier on, this boy is my son. Because I was involved in his initiation, rites, 2001, and we did all the rites that is good. Fortunately or unfortunately, the Kipsigis still have a lot of good rites. Please preserve those ones, especially those touches somebody's life. Chemnya chen. Can you borrow a leaf on what is good in the tradition and preserve that? For example, in the special initiations of the boys, for the girls, ladies, I wish I could do more something for them, but I would only encourage them at least. There is no moment where the young ladies are brought together, they are initiated in what you call the new rite into the adulthood. Women who are here, please, can you do something about that, especially those who come from this culture? There is still room. There is a lot to be taught, let alone the operation. That is out. But the teaching should be there. Oisiogara, aktumwe, kigiachi to mean Andrea, kiachi ne tumta tukul, kijanani. Kiane negi nyogo ngetu, so oguren weri. En to mean nanyum. Also, the peers, the group, the generation of Anderson, please preserve what is good in the culture, especially the teaching, the discipline, and what goes with it in men initiation rites. There is one rite especially. To mean kabisa, young guy boys, kukararan agumni. En Kipsigis tumta kabisa nerurot. Koga kaya chechu bakay ngate yatitayet maki checho no. Konetisye nemi yoton. Akoro na nyungo ngetu. Nekikure ngayayet. Konda utki mwochin buchi kotinye sabondab chito. For this reason, young people, before you do that right, you are standing as you turn near this flower. The river is here before you. and then you cross across to the other side. Before you enter the river, you are a different person. You are inside there alone in the wild world, and you come out the other side. Kulene boisiek malongu nengi babes ainet ko abes. Unoton boisiek. Unoton. That is the point. So there is something there to learn. These people were trained to survive, even in difficult moments. That right enables the fellows in time of trouble. If you have to go up to the river, you should be able to dive into the river and survive. So Wachini, the peers of Anderson, please preserve something about your life. Urib kora logo genga gapchi, mosobe gapchi, a family cannot, or what you call, yes, a nation, a tribe cannot exist without the stability of the family. Tonge gera gerib kabisa ngalega family. Pole koma kutinye this boy mighty tayo anitoni. Lakini ngona kipta yat mo suruti ketili no as well, that on the day of the resurrection there is no married and unmarried. All are the same. Kogilembe tutam ngetiede ko mami negigeso ak nemageso. Mami ginene magichuchun anagigichuchun kerge tugul komanda. Kobaten kityo iboisiek amun kiribe oret, kiribe mat, ko urib yoniton. Ngomi mabetos ine wale mabete kipsar maywa. Ngomi olona cheni lo berberitu kole no ko emboise ngotkele mite chito nekakoyam kokeso ako iberbereke kolenen kolenen boisiek kisupchin lakwa nebo chi. So osarum bichoto mabetyo. Osupchin yo kakoben anane okwe. Agot kegere kele kako kole chito ko nito bendi keche ko kateb history nebo kijana nekilene kole koborchingei somanenyi. Kotokotateb ale momi lakwa nekikonjururi netonguno kolene bwo kitawendi konyon kele kotomo koitita yonito koborchingei somanet. Ingwo akobit anane okwe. Noto nekemwoe kesome. So ongerib yoniton akesa kesochi emet, kesa kora kesochi en kapchi agetugul. To moe ki at the end about the totem. En oratunwekab bichu. Kaboboek, kaborokek ak en kapkomosi. Anendet ko onwekab komosik. So miten gaa. Ako kora nong'olole kunoni kora ko kakoyai en boyondoni chepkamitab Rafael ko kikitun lakwenyin kababulekab Nyongi. So lakwanato kure Wilfrida. Mi Wilfrida, mko karibu? Monyo. Ngo bomuru. So amiten ngunon yo akotendere nguni ko look nane. So amiten ga abaibai. Ongeriba nyot kabisa. Agebe komnye. Kap komosi. Your totem. That I'm talking about the clans. The clans in here is Kap Komosik. Their totem is a baboon. And there is also the totem for Andrea. Our family is Jack. Guguren le luot. Kuto moja le luot baadaye. Ag olenwenderea ko iwo lengetundo. Ko to moja ora chebongetundo. Mungu yekierset misungo yembichu mengechin. Ago bichu le neni. Yon makimache family no kimache kitiagenge. Lakini le siri le luot enatebengu. Wasati kinta mwauno. Agi siru. Agi walage. Aguribe emet. Aguribi. The government officials who are here, please, in our good kericho, let us also work together. I would like, on behalf of the church, the bishop would have come, Kabandorea, he sends his sympathies, Bishop Alfred Rotich. Agole igati agile gotestai. Onge ribe the environment. Let us take care of the environment. Our say do say, ki agetugul negiyoe, ngombar, ngwaran, ngotany ko kichopchi lagok. They don't say, they are preparing for the children, but they don't know who are those children. Hao watoto ni nani? Lakini wanajua kwamba kuna watoto ambao watakuwa watu kesho. Sasa hivyo basi tuwatengeneze hiyo. Tongeri beme itonda bemenyo. Ogile nengoger bunyo ngurire konda. Oripchi lagoko. Osaruno libo inosiek. Sawa sanik matotin. Ongeribe ngot komiten ora nemuche kechobe yon kimuten karit kinde kerichek akomyak akoba komie. Ongerib asitun konyokwam lagok chebwone. Anibuch kesiche biik chekoron nyokonyolildos. Kitesetai kora kesochin emenyon kokonech komuktoindet, mestowot, kandoindet, chito chepyoset neoldo ngwek en yuno nemiten street yeyono komomoken kiy ngoyobu meto na koyobu legem. Moe kityo chito nenyokokochin amitwogik, chito nechopchin oret, chito neindochin komie. Ongesa sikokonech kamuktoindet noniton betutab raini ak koron. Ngorwotitos kirwokichono korwotit akotiny Kiptayat akokonech nekimoche. Anaune? Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Namwalika Padri basi aseme machache tu ya huyu marehemu. Alikuwa naye kama chaplain kule Eldoret, atatuambia mengi pamoja na jina lake. Karibu Padre.
God is good and all the time. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Basi leo tumefika hapa nyumbani ili tuweze kwanza kumwaga ndugu yetu Anderson baada ya maisha yake mafupi sana hapa duniani. Tumekuja tukiwa na nyoyo za huzuni kwa sababu kwa ghafla ndugu yetu Anderson aliondoka miongoni mwetu. Tuna maswali mengi ambayo majibu yake hatuna. Tuna huzuni, tuna majonzi. Na tunapokuja mbele ya Mwenyezi Mungu leo katika hali hii ya huzuni, tumekuja ili kwanza tuweze kumwombea ndugu yetu mwenda zake Anderson ambaye Mungu alimuita kwa ghafla. Na basi tumekuja kuadhimisha ibada hii ya misa kwa heshima yake, kwa ajili yake, tunapomsihi Mungu amsamehe udhaifu wake wa kibinadamu. Iwapo wakati wa kuondoka kwake alikuwa na doa la dhambi, tumekuja ili tumsihi Mungu kwa dua zetu, kwa sala zetu leo, ili aweze kumuondolea udhaifu huo na amruhusu kuona uso wake. Jambo la pili ambalo limetuleta, tumekuja kutoa faraja kwa wazazi wake, ndugu na dada zake, marafiki zake, majirani na wote ambao walimfahamu ndugu yetu Anderson. Tumekuja kusimama na wao sababu wakati huu wana udhaifu, wakati huu hawana nguvu, wakati huu wana majonzi mengi. Na basi tumekuja sote ili tuweze kuwa nguvu yao. We have come to offer a shoulder to lean on, especially during this difficult time of grief. We have come to show them that they are not alone in this. We are all in grief, we are all mourning, we are all crying, but there the feeling of deep sorrow can only be supported by our presence and our words of comfort. Jambo lingine ambalo limetuleta ni kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu ya maisha ya ndugu yetu Daktari Anderson. Alijitolea mhanga katika masomo yake, akawa kijana mzuri hapa nyumbani, alipendwa sana. na rafiki zake na wote waliomfahamu, na walifurahia uwepo wake kati ya watu. Tabasamu lake lilikuwa la kutuliza. Wale ambao wana kitabu hicho cha tanzia ama eulogy, mkiangalia the cover page, Anderson is smiling at you. That toxic smile that you never fail to return it when he smiled at you. He is still smiling at us today and is inviting us to share the same smile wherever we go. We have to pick the cue and we have to bring joy into the life of people. He endeavored to serve those who are sick, and more particularly, he wanted to do something in orthopedics that will help people to have almost a normal height, to make something that will help those who are suffering, especially those who have had accidents, broken limbs and all that, to walk in a fairly better way. He gave his time, he gave his life to serve those who are sick. And as we mourn him today, he is like speaking to each one of us, looking at us straight, smiling at us and telling us, serve one another. Mwahudumie wenzenu, hasa wale ambao wanahitaji misaada yenu. That is what I seem to think Anderson is trying to communicate to us today. Anderson, when he came into the world, alipoingia duniani, alikuwa chanzo cha furaha hapa nyumbani. Na wazazi wake walimpeleka kanisani na akapokea ubatizo kule Christ the King Nakuru. Na alipoendelea kukua, najua kwamba walimfundisha kwamba alitoka kwa Mungu na siku moja atarudi kwa Mungu. Walimuingisha katika maisha mapya, maisha ya kimungu. Ndiposa alibatizwa na akawa mtoto wa Mungu. Na alijua kwamba alitoka kwa Mungu, na basi alipokuwa alijibidisha kumjua Mungu, kumpenda Mungu na kumtumikia Mungu, akiwa na tumaini kwamba siku moja baada ya maisha haya atarudi kwa muumba wake. Aliishi maisha ya Kikristo, na hata muda wake wa mwisho hapa duniani alikuwa anahudumiwa pale hospitalini, na nataka kushukuru the medical team ambao walijaribu juu chini, wakiongozwa na Dr. Matthew ambaye amezungumza hapa, kumwokoa ndugu yetu Anderson. Tulijaribu tukaomba, nikamwombea yeye, nikamwadhimishia sakramenti, alafu kisha akaondoka. Ishara kwamba alikuwa mtu wa imani, na alipokuwa hayuko hospitalini alikuwa anafika Christ Sacred Heart Cathedral ili aweze kuhudhuria ibada. Alifahamu kwamba yeye alitoka kwa Mungu na atarudi, na hakumweka Mungu mbali na maisha yake. Na basi tumekuja ili tuweze kufurahia na kumshukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa sababu ya maisha yake. Ingawa mafupi, yananena makubwa zaidi katika maisha yetu, hasa tunapomsindikiza huyu ndugu yetu. Tumekuja hapa ili tuweze kuimarishana imani. Wakati ambapo mmoja wetu anakufa, tunaachwa na huzuni, tunakata tamaa, tunapoteza matumaini na imani. Na basi tumekuja leo ili tuweze kuimarishana katika imani. Tumekuja kukumbushana kwamba tumetoka kwa Mungu na huko tutarudi. Na leo tunapomsindikiza ndugu yetu Anderson, kila mmoja wetu lazima ajiulize, je, itakuwa vipi wakati wangu ukifika? Kama Anderson angejua kwamba asubuhi hiyo alipokuwa akienda kazini hatarudi nyumbani, ataaga dunia, naamini kwamba labda angechukua muda kutupa wasia wa mwisho na pia kutupa buriani, lakini ilikuja kwa ghafla. Na basi tunapomsindikiza huyu ambaye alichukuliwa miongoni mwetu kwa ghafla, ni kana kwamba Mungu anatuambia jiwekeni tayari, kwa sababu hatujui siku wala saa. Tuandae mioyo yetu, tutengeneze uhusiano wetu na Muumba wetu, ili atakapotuita tustahili kuingia katika ufalme wake. Tumekuja hapa kuimarishana katika tumaini. Katika somo la kwanza, kitabu cha nabii Daniel, sura ya 12 aya ya kwanza hadi ya 4, tunakumbushwa kwamba Mungu ni mtetezi wetu. Na wakati wa dhiki, wakati wa shida, atamtuma malaika Mikaeli ambaye atakuja kuwaokoa watu wake Mwenyezi Mungu. And that begs the question, je, sisi ni watu wa Mwenyezi Mungu? Kwa mawazo yetu, kwa maneno yetu, kwa matendo yetu, na kwa kutowajibika kama Wakristo mashahidi wa mwanga, je, tunaweza tukasema sisi ni watu wa Mungu? Kwamba Mikaeli atakuja kuwa mtetezi wetu? Kwamba tunamjua Mungu, tunampenda, na atakapokuja Mikaeli atatunyanyua tukaishi na Mungu milele kule mbinguni? Na basi ni nafasi ya kila mmoja wetu kutizama maisha yake, kutizama uhusiano wake na Mwenyezi Mungu, kutizama jinsi tunavyoishi Ukristo wetu. Je, maisha ya Mungu yako karibu nasi ama yako mbali? Tunakumbushwa kwamba siku yetu ya mwisho imefichwa kwetu. Hakuna mtu anajua tutaaga lini. Ndio maana tunaambiwa na Kristo, jiwekeni tayari, kwa sababu hamjui siku wala saa. Naamini ndugu yetu Anderson alijiweka tayari, na hata wakati wake wa mwisho nilikuwa pale kuhakikisha kwamba yuko tayari. Ile sala ambayo tunatoa wakati wa kuwapaka wagonjwa, tunasema hata ikiwa umefanya dhambi atasamehewa. Na basi tunaamini kwamba Mungu atamsamehe ndugu yetu, ataangalia kazi njema aliyotenda na atamkaribisha katika makao ya milele kule mbinguni. Na leo tunaalikwa kuwa very smart when it comes to matters of God. Wakati mwingine Mungu atatudhihirishia siku yetu, wakati mwingine hatutajua, itakuja kwa ghafla, lakini tunaalikwa kujiweka tayari, kwa sababu malaika atakuja kuwachukua ambao ni wa Mwenyezi Mungu na wataishi naye milele kule mbinguni, na wale ambao labda sio wa Mwenyezi Mungu wataelekezwa katika moto wa milele. Na naamini kwamba hakuna mtu anataka kwenda huko. Sote tunataka kwenda mbinguni. Lakini kwa sababu sitaki kuassume kwamba tutaenda, nataka tuinue mikono yenye wanataka kwenda mbinguni. Wale wanataka kwenda mbinguni si leo, wale tu wanataka kuenda si leo. Najua kwamba wengi wameongea hapa, wameongea kumuhusu Anderson, wamesema mambo mengi, hata rafiki zake wameketi pale. Jinsi tulivyoketi hivi, tuone hiyo mshumaa yenye iko hapo imeanguka chini, alafu hiyo sanduku imeanza kushake, alafu ikafunguka, alafu Anderson akatoka akasema, ameongea vizuri, nataka baadhi ya wenye waliongea tuende pamoja. Wangapi wataenda? Najua kwamba labda watu hawatabaki hapa, njia itapatikana ya kutoka hapa, watu watatoroka kwa sababu labda hatuko tayari. Ndio maana leo tunaambiwa tujiweke tayari, kwa sababu ufufuko is real, na wale ambao wamejiandaa kwa ajili ya ufufuko bila shaka watafufuliwa na wataenda kuishi na Mungu milele kule mbinguni. Katika somo la pili, waraka wa kwanza wa Mtume Paul kwa Wakorintho, sura ya 15 ambayo tulisoma, tunaambiwa kwamba hatuwezi tukaenda kwa Mungu tukiwa na miili hii yetu ambao ni dhaifu. Hatuwezi tukamuona Mungu katika miili ambayo imekufa. Ndio maana tunaambiwa lazima kuwe na mabadiliko. There must be a transformation. Nakumbuka mwalimu wangu, those who know Dr. Nyongesa, aliniuliza umetoka wapi siku moja. Nikamwambia nimetoka Farewell Home. Akaniambia, what did you see there? I said, I saw living human people and I saw dead bodies of people. Akaniambia, what happened to those people who died? And I told him the soul has departed. So he asked me a question that I will ask you. Where does the soul reside? Is it in the head? Is it in the heart? Where is it? Can you see it? Can you touch it? You cannot. But something happens and it departs from the body and the body is left there. So that transformation is what we are talking about, that we must be transformed into glorified bodies like that of Jesus, that he could go through matter, he could go through the wall and appear to his disciples. And therefore for us to go to God, we must be transformed. Lazima tubadilike. Our hearts must be clean because the resurrection is real. Our bodies will be changed to become immortal. Miili yetu itabadilishwa iwe mitukufu. Miili ambayo haiwezi ikaharibika kama miili yetu hii dhaifu. Ufufuko is real. And that is why St. Paul, writing his verse letter to the Thessalonians, chapter 4, verse 13, anasema, ndugu, hatutaki msijue habari zao waliolala, msije mkawa kama watu wasio na matumaini. Kristu ni tumaini letu. And he goes ahead to say, waliokufa watafufuliwa kwanza. Waliokufa katika Kristu watafufuliwa kwanza. Alafu wale ambao watapatikana wakiwa hai, tutanyakuliwa sote, twende tukamlaki Bwana hewani, na hivyo tutaishi na Mungu milele. Na somo limeishia kwa kusema, farijianeni kwa maneno hayo, kwamba hatuwezi tukamuona Mungu na miili hii dhaifu. This body that goes through corruption cannot see God. That is why we have to leave it here. Our souls will rise, especially those who have died in Christ. Let me ask you another question. Wangapi hapa ni Wakristo? Let me see by a show of hand. Raise it up kama wewe ni Mkristo. Hold it up. There's question 1B. Wale ambao mmeinua mikono juu, the Christians, how many of you went to church on Sunday? I can see a few hands dropping. Na unasema utaenda mbinguni. Hautaenda. You must start changing from today. Anderson loved his God. He lived the life of a Christian. He was enjoined into the life of God through baptism. And that is the life that continues on. Anderson continues to live because the God he believed in is alive. Anaendelea kuishi kwa sababu aliingia katika maisha ya Mungu ambaye yuko hai kupitia kwa ubatizo, akaitwa mtoto wa Mungu. Na basi anaendelea kuishi. Na tumaini letu linatuambia tukiishi maisha maaminifu, maisha mazuri, maisha yanayompendeza Mungu, maisha ya utiifu kwa sheria za Mungu, sheria za kanisa, tukimweka Mungu katikati ya shughuli zetu, bila shaka maisha yetu yataendelea. Mwili huu ambao ni dhaifu tutauacha hapa, lakini miili mitukufu itaishi na Mungu aliye mtukufu, kwa sababu yeye yu hai milele. Na tukiwa waaminifu kwake, tutafufuliwa na miili yetu itabadilishwa na tutazidi kuishi na Mungu milele. Katika injili ambayo tulisoma leo ya Yohane sura ya 11, tunakutana na familia moja ambao walikuwa rafiki sana wa Yesu. Familia ya watu watatu, Martha, Maria na Lazarus. Yesu alishinda kule mara nyingi. Na siku moja Yesu akiwa kule mbali akapata ujumbe kwamba rafiki yako ni mgonjwa, njoo ukamtazame. Walikuwa wameona Yesu akitembea, akiponya wagonjwa, akitenda mambo mengi mazuri. Wakajua, tukimwambia rafiki yake ni mgonjwa, he will come immediately. Lakini Yesu hakuja. Alikaa huko for 4 days. Alafu akaambia rafiki zake, tuendeni sasa Bethania, kwa sababu rafiki yetu Lazarus amelala. So wakakuja. And I'm trying to imagine what was going through the mind of Martha and Mary. We have informed Jesus, who is all powerful. Tumemwambia rafiki yako ni mgonjwa, njoo umuone, but he didn't come. I'm trying to imagine what was going through our minds at that very moment when a battery of medics were trying to save the life of our brother Anderson in the CCU. Everybody in turn was trying to pump his chest so that the heart can start beating again. I was there witnessing all this, and I was holding my prayers, and I was imploring God, please save the life of this one. But he didn't answer me. And instead he did the opposite. He was saying, save him, let him stay here. But God said, I am the boss. He's going to come this way. What is going through our mind today? We are asking ourselves, where Mungu ulikuwa wapi? The same thing Martha and Mary were asking. When Martha hears that Jesus is finally coming, she runs to Jesus. Without greeting, she said, if you were here, my brother would not have died. Mary stays in the house. Sema unakuja nini? When we needed you, you didn't come. Ishia, utastoki nje. Kaa huko. Unakuja nini sahi? 4 days ameshawekwa kaburini, unataka nini hapa? Then Jesus asked Martha, do you believe in the resurrection? She says, yes, I believe, but the resurrection that is to come. And Jesus says, I am the resurrection. Mimi ndimi ufufuo. Do you believe that I am the resurrection? Then Martha says, yes, I believe. That is the point each one of us has to get to. Jesus is asking all of us. Anauliza kila mmoja wetu, je, unaamini kwamba mimi ni uzima? Unaamini mimi ni ufufuo? Do you believe that Anderson is going to rise the same way you're going to rise after you die? And we say, yes, we believe. The words of Martha are comforting all of us. Mary comes out, if you continue reading that gospel extract, and she repeats the same. Na Yesu akaugua. Then he goes to the grave and he says, open it up. And then they tell him, ni siku 4 amekaa hapo ndani, ananuka. The corrupted body is stinking. Lakini Jesus says, open it up. I am the life. Then he calls Lazarus out of the grave. Akasema mfungueni muache aende. Those are the words that Jesus is speaking to us. When our corrupted body is finally freed from our spiritual body, then that body will continue to live. The corrupted body will remain here. And we ask ourselves today, for example, I didn't say my name, but let me say it now so that I don't repeat it after. My name is Father Simon Peter Hakim. And I want us to interrogate and separate Simon Peter from Hakim. Hakim is tall. Hakim is dark, but I'm not sure if he's handsome. Hakim is cleaned every morning. His teeth are brushed. Anapakwa mafuta. Anapewa chakula. Anavalishwa nguo. And then he goes with his business. But Simon is my baptism name. On many occasions, Simon is a dwarf. Not necessarily me. Put your name there. How many times do you clean that other person whose name you bear? How many times do you clean Simon? Maybe once in a year. The way we are told, ungama dhambi zako walau mara moja kila mwaka, hasa wakati wa Pasaka. You wash Simon, the spiritual self, once a year. How many times do you feed Simon? Hakim is fed asubuhi. Saine hapo, akipitia hapo madhabebi, kachai, mandazi, sambusa anaweka ndani. Lunchtime anakula. 4 o'clock jioni anakula. Alafu kuna midnight snack kabla hajalala. Like 5 times or 6. But Simon is rarely fed. Where do we feed Simon from? When we pray. When we ask for forgiveness. When we repent of our sinfulness. When we receive the Holy Communion, we are feeding Simon. So we ask ourselves, how many times do we feed our spiritual person? Is that spiritual person healthy or unhealthy the way the physical person looks like? We spend so much time engaging in things of this world, and we forget the important thing, our spiritual self. So our brother Anderson is telling us today, please take time to also work on your spiritual self. Because that spiritual self is what will be raised and glorified to live with God forever, not the physical one. It will be left here. Mavumbini tulitoka na mavumbini tutarudi, but our hearts will rise to go back to the Creator. So tunaposali leo, tukumbuke haya yote na tumwombe Mungu atusaidishe kujiweka tayari kumsadiki Kristu ambaye ni uzima wetu, kumsadiki Kristu ambaye ni ufufuo wetu, kumsadiki Kristu ambaye tunatarajia kuishi naye milele kule mbinguni. Na basi tumwombe Mungu atubariki, na tunapoadhimisha siku hii aimarishe imani yetu, afute machozi yetu, atujalie tumaini kwamba baada ya maisha haya tutaishi naye milele kule mbinguni, mahali ambapo ndugu yetu kama Wakristo wa kitambo walikuwa wanasema siku ya kufa ni siku ya kuzaliwa. Ndugu yetu amezaliwa katika maisha yasiyo na mwisho, ingawa ametuacha tukilia, lakini tunatumai kwamba tukifanya bidii, tukifanya kila kitu, nasi pia tutazaliwa wapya na tutaishi milele na Mwenyezi Mungu, na tutakutana na ndugu yetu Anderson katika uzima wa milele. Raha ya milele umpe Bwana, na mwanga wa milele umwangazie, apumzike kwa amani.
Basi tusimame tutoe sala za waamini kumwombea kijana, na Mungu asidi kutukuza zote, atuongoze. Bwana Baba Mungu Mwenyezi, Kristo alisema mimi ndimi ufufuko na uzima. Twakuomba mweke miongoni mwa watakatifu na wateule wako huyu kijana Anderson aliyesafiwa kwa maji ya ubatizo na kupakwa mafuta matakatifu. Zote tuseme twakuomba utusikie.
Twakuomba utusikie.
Tumuombee huyu ndugu yetu kwa Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo aliyesema, mimi ndimi ufufuo uzima. Tuomba umweke miongoni mwa watakatifu na wateule wako huyu ndugu wetu aliyesafishwa kwa maji ya upatizo na kubakwa mafuta matakatifu. Twakuomba utusikie.
Twakuomba utusikie.
Tunakuomba umpokee mbinguni huyu ndugu yetu aliyekula karamu ya mwili na damu yako. Twakuomba utusikie.
Twakuomba utusikie.
Tusali kwa ajili ya wale wote wanaotezwa, ili wasifikiri hata mara moja kwamba wameachwa na Mungu. Twakuomba utusikie.
Twakuomba utusikie.
Tusali kwa ajili ya ndugu zetu marehemu, ili Mungu Mwenyezi apende kuwapokea katika ufalme wa mbinguni. Twakuomba utusikie.
Twakuomba utusikie.
Mungu, muumba wetu na mkombozi,
Mungu muumba wetu na mkombozi wa waumini wote, usijalie roho za marehemu maondoleo ya dhambi zao zote, kwa maombezi yetu wapate msamaha waliotumaini daima. Tunaomba hayo kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Amina.
Tukae chini basi na tuendelee na ibada. Sasa ni wakati wa sadaka. Wale wana sadaka tafadhali toeni. PKU minda wale wana sanya hiyo sadaka, zungukeni tafadhali basi. Salini basi ndugu zangu, sadaka yetu kubaliwe na Mungu Baba Mwenyezi.
Bwana, pokea sadaka mikononi mwako
Kwa sifa na utukufu wa jina lake, kwa mafaa yetu sisi na mafaa ya kanisa
lake lote takatifu.
Ee Bwana, tunakuomba uwe karibu na mtumishi wako Anderson KIbet, ambaye katika siku za mazishi yake leo tunakutolea tabibu hizi ya upatanisho. Na kama alikuwa na madoa ya dhambi au alichafuliwa na makosa ya kibinadamu, umsamehe kwa wema wako na kuyavuta kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Amina.
Bwana awe nanyi.
Awe rohoni mwako.
Inueni mioyo.
Tumeinua kwa Bwana.
Tumshukuru Bwana Mungu wetu.
Ni vema na haki.
Kweli ni vema na haki tukushukuru daima na popote, Baba mwema, Mungu mwenyezi, Baba uliye mtakatifu, Mungu mwenyezi wa milele, kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu. Yeye ndiye yule moja aliyepokea mauti ili sisi zote tusije tukafa, ili moja tu alikubali kufa kusudi zote tupate kuishi kwa ajili yako milele. Kwa hiyo pamoja na malaika wa mbinguni tunakusifu tukiungama kwa furaha. Bwana kweli mtakatifu, na kila kiumbe kinachoumbwa nawe kuna kusifu kwa haki, maana kwa njia ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo na kwa uwezo utendaji wa Roho Mtakatifu unavitia uzima vitu vyote na kuvitakaza, wala huacha kusanya watu kwako ilitoka mawio ya juu ya hata macheo yake, dhabihu safi ituletee kwa jina lako. Basi Bwana, tunakusihi kwa unyenyekevu vipaji hivi ambavyo tumekutolea, ili vitakaze, upende kuvitakafuza kwa huyo Roho, ili iwe kwetu mwili na damu ya mwanao Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo, aliyetuamuru tuadhimishe mafumbo haya. Yeye maana yeye mwenyewe usiku ule ulipotolewa alitoa mkate, akakushukuru, aliubariki, akaomega, akawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mnywe nyote. Huu ndio mwili wangu utakaotolewa kwa ajili yenu. Vivyo hivyo baada ya kula alitwaa kikombe na kushukuru, alikubariki, akawapa wafuasi wake akisema, twaeni mnywe nyote, hiki ndicho kikombe cha damu yangu, damu ya agano jipya la milele, itakayomwagika kwa ajili yenu na kwa ajili ya wengi kwa maondoleo ya dhambi. Fanyeni hivi kwa ukumbusho wangu. Fumbo la imani.
Kristo alikufa,
Kristo alifufuka, Kristo atakuja tena. Kwa hiyo ye Bwana, tunapotimisha ukumbusho wa mateso ya mwanao yaletayo wokovu pamoja na ufufuko wake kwa ajabu na kupaa kwake mbinguni, na tunapotasamia ujio wake wa pili, tunakutolea kwa shukrani sadaka hii iliyo hai na takatifu. Tunakuomba waangalie matoleo ya kanisa lako na kwa kutambua yeye aliye kafara, ambaye alitaka kutulizwa na kwa sadaka ya kifo chake, tujalie sisi tunaotiwa nguvu kwa mwili na damu ya mwanao na kujazwa Roho wake Mtakatifu, tupate kuwa mwili moja na roho moja katika Kristo.
Yeye atufanye sisi tuwe kwako sadaka timilifu ya milele, ili tuweze kupata urithi pamoja na wateule wako, kwanza kabisa pamoja na Bikira Maria mwenye heri, mama wa Mungu, na Mtakatifu Yosefu mume wake huyo bikira, na mitume wako wenye heri na mashahidi wako watukufu, pamoja na Mtakatifu Komboni na watakatifu wote ambao tunategemea kupata daima msaada wa maombezi yao mbele zako. Tunakuomba Bwana, huyu aliye kafara na upatanisho wetu, aleta amani na wokovu duniani kote. Upende kuliimarisha katika imani na mapendo kanisa lako linalosafiri hapa duniani, pamoja na mtumishi wako Baba Mtakatifu wetu Francisco na askofu wetu Alfred Rotich, pamoja na maaskofu wote, waklero wote na watu wote unaowafanya kuwa taifa lako. Usikilize kwa wema sala za jamaa hii ulioita hapa mbele yako. Baba uliye mtakatifu, kwa huruma yako wakusanye kwako wanao wote waliotawanyika popote duniani.
Umkumbuke mtumishi wako Anderson uliyemuita kwako kutoka dunia hii. Umjalie kwamba yeye ambaye alishirikishwa kifo cha mwanao kwa ubatizo, hali kadhalika ashiriki ufuko wake. Siku ambapo utakapofufua wafu katika miili yao kutoka ardhini, hapo utaufananisha mwili wetu wa unyonge na mwili wa utukufu wake. Pia wapokee kwa wema katika ufalme wako ndugu zetu marehemu na wote walioaga dunia wakiwa wamekupendeza, nasi tunatumaini kufika katika ufalme huo, ili pamoja tushibishwe milele kwa utukufu wako. Ndipo utakapofuta kila chozi katika macho yetu, maana kwa kuona wewe Mungu wetu kama ulivyo, tutafanana nawe milele yote na tutakusifu bila mwisho. Kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu, ambaye kwa njia yake unaujalia ulimwengu mema yote.
Kwa njia yake pamoja naye na ndani yake, wewe Mungu Baba Mwenyezi, katika Roho Mtakatifu, unapata heshima na utukufu wote milele na milele. Amen. Tukuzwe ufalme wa mbinguni vile Yesu mwenyewe aliyotufunza, tukisema pamoja: Baba yetu aliye mbinguni, jina lako litukuzwe, ufalme wako ufike, utakalo lifanyike duniani kama mbinguni. Utupe leo mkate wetu wa kila siku, utusamehe makosa yetu kama tunavyowasamehe nasi tuliokosea, usitutie katika kishawishi. Bwana, tunakuomba utuopoe katika maovu yote, tujalie kwa wema amani maishani mwetu, kusudi kwa msaada wa huruma yako tuokolewe daima na dhambi, wala tusifadhaishwe na jambo lolote, tunapotasamia tumaini lenye heri na ujio ya Mwokozi wetu Yesu Kristo. Kwa kuwa ufalme ni wako na nguvu. Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo aliwaambia mitume wako, amani na wachieni, amani yangu na wapa. Zisitasame dhambi zetu, ila tu imani ya kanisa lako. Ulijalia amani na umoja kama yalivyo mapenzi yako, unayeishi na kutawala daima na milele. Amani ya Bwana iwe daima nanyi nyote. Tutakiana amani ya Bwana hewani, kila moja sema amani kwa yule ambaye wako karibu na wewe, na amani kwa nyumba hii na wote ambao wanatamani Mungu. Nyakati tulisahau kufanya hivyo, tulikosa, tumuombe Mungu atusamehe tukisema, mwana kondoo wa Mungu, ondoa dhambi za dunia, utuhurumie. Mwana kondoo wa Mungu, ondoa dhambi za dunia, utuhurumie. Mwana kondoo wa Mungu, ondoa dhambi za dunia, utujalie amani. Huyu ndiye mwana kondoo wa Mungu ondoaye dhambi za dunia. Heri kwao walialikwa kwenye karamu yake Bwana. Bwana, sistahili uingie kwangu, lakini sema mema na roho yangu itapona. Mwili na damu ya Kristo tulinda hadi uzima wa milele. Amen.
Ni wakati wa kupokea. Wakatoliki pekee wale ambao wameruhusiwa kupokea na kanisa na wako tayari kupokea ndio watakayepokea. Karibuni.
Sala baada ya komunio.
Roho ya Kristo nitakaze, mwili wa Kristo niokoe, damu ya Kristo nifrangumushe, maji ya upavu wa Kristo yanioshe, mateso ya Kristo nguvu yanisidishie. Yesu mwema unisikilize, katika madonda yako unifiche, usikubali nitengane nawe, na adui mwovu nikinge, saa ya kufa kwangu niche, niamuru kwako niche, na watakatifu wako nikutukuze, milele na milele. Amina.
Tunamtazamia Mwokozi Bwana wetu Yesu Kristo, naye atatutengeneza mwili wetu wa unyonge upate kufanana na mwili wake wa utukufu. Tusimame zote kwa sala ya mwisho. Mungu Mwenyezi, tunakuomba umjalie huyu mtumishi wako Anderson KIbet, ambaye juzi amefariki dunia hii, atakazwe na dhabihu hizi na kuondolewa dhambi zake zote, apate furaha ya milele ya ufufuko kwa njia ya Kristo Bwana wetu.
Amina.
Tukae chini kidogo basi, alafu tawaambia leo inayokuja sasa. Tuna matangazo, na alafu baada ya matangazo kuna vote of thanks, na kutoka hapo tutaelekea moja kwa moja kaburini, na tukimaliza mambo ya kaburi, wale ambao wangependa kutoa rambirambi na sympathies are welcome.
Thank you so much, the church, for that part, which is very important. We are going to the next, which is a vote of thanks. And I just want to give some guidance briefly, as well of what will happen next. As we take our brother Anderson to his final resting place, the space behind is very limited. So I would like to ask, all of us to allow the family and a few friends to go to that tent behind this main tent, which is here. That is where his final resting place will be. Those of us who will remain here, we have a few people who had not given their speeches. We'll also serve tea before the final send-off is done, which we'll do it here. So I would request all of us not to leave until after that. Dominic, I will request you come so that you can give a vote of thanks.
I was very unprepared to be called here to do the vote of thanks, so I'll probably mess it up and I might leave somebody out, but let me start with the church. Let me start with everybody that came here, our family and friends, everybody that worked with Anderson. Thank you so much for coming over. It's been a tough week. This has been one of the toughest moments for all of us. And at the very beginning, we didn't know how we would be able to get through it. But a lot of you have called in You've checked in with us. There was a WhatsApp group that was initiated, and everybody's been sending some very comforting words. I want to talk with the church. Thank you very much for that comforting message. I'll be honest with you. You know, I raised my hand when they said, "Are you going to heaven?" I did, but I don't really do all the things that I should be doing to go to heaven. So maybe, and I know a lot of you are thinking the same thing, so life is very short, as we've seen with our brother here. And that made me think maybe I need to do some things to change my life. Thank you so much for that message. Thank you to the choir for all the singing. I know it's tough to come out here and try to perform outside your element, but you did a good job. Thank you so much. And everybody else, thank you. Mom and Dad, and everybody that's organized this event. It's been a tough week. And I don't want to lie to you, it's not going to get easier. We'll just learn to be able to deal with it a little better. But it's still going to be tough, and we count on the community to help us out. Check on Mom and Dad every now and then. Check on my brothers and sisters as well. And just remember that we're part of your family. And if you need us, we'll be there for you too. Thank you so much. I know I missed somebody else, but that does not mean that I take you, I don't value you as much. No, it just means I forgot. And I apologize. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Dominic. As mentioned earlier, there are those who may have wished to give their messages of condolences. We request that once the procession has gone to the site, the final resting place, you may continue with giving the messages of condolence. We've received messages of condolences from the woman rep, Beatrice Kemei. I'm informed Mrs. Keter has a message of condolence from CS Keter. We will request that you give that maybe after the family have gone to the resting site of our son and come back. So we'll be remaining seated. Some of us will remain seated here so that we can receive a cup of tea as the family and few friends go to the final resting place of Anderson. Okay.
Bado sehemu ndogo, tafadhali. Ongemwita kidogo. Tumalize pande huu. Please, can we wait a moment? We finish the part here. And then we shall come there. We still have a small right over the body. That's the family, yeah? Okay. Waimbaji, please, can you give us a short hymn? These are family members who are just viewing the body for the last moment. Give us a song. Very what you call.
Nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, nimevipiga vita nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda, mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda, mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda.
It was just the family. It's okay.
Baada ya hayo nimewekewa taji, nimewekewa taji, taji ya ahadi. Nimevipiga vita, nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, nimevipiga vita, nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri.
Requesting all of us to remain seated, please. Let's remain seated. We'll give you the opportunity. Let's remain seated, please. Tuendelee kuketi mahali tupo, tutawapea nafasi tafadhali.
Nimevipiga vita, nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, nimevipiga vita, nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda, mwendo nimeumaliza, imani
Kwaya kidogo tu. Kwaya tutulie kidogo. Nitaomba sote tusimame kwa ajili ya baraka, tuweze kumaliza ibada yetu, alafu kisha tuweze kuwa na nafasi ya kumpa buriani ndugu yetu katika sala ya mwisho.
Bwana awe nanyi.
Awe rohoni mwako.
Tumombe Mungu atubariki ngubiruri kwa mukto inde tugul. Awabariki wote kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na la Roho Mtakatifu. Amina. Ibada yetu imeisha, tubaki kwa amani. Amina. Sasa basi tunamtayarisha bodi, tunatuelekea kaburini. Muendelee kuimba tafadhali.
Leo tunamsindikiza ndugu yetu Anderson katika safari yake ya mwisho hapa duniani. Mungu alimpa maisha ya duniani na sasa amemuita ili ampe maisha ya mbinguni yasiyo na mwisho. Mwili wake tutauweka ardhini kama mbegu ya mwili utakaotukuka, na roho yake ingie katika raha ya milele. Twakuomba Bwana, umpokee huyu ndugu yetu Anderson katika uzima wa milele na utawala wako, apate furaha isiyo na mwisho na kukaa miongoni mwa watakatifu wote daima na milele.
Amina.
Nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, nimevipiga vita, nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri, mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda.
Sasa tumpeleke ndugu yetu wetu Anderson makaburini. Tunatumaini kuwa siku moja tutakutana naye katika uzima mpya. Tutageuza picha
Baada ya hayo nimewekewa taji taji ya ahadi. Nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri. Nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda. Sasa mimi na wakati wangu wa kufariki kwangu nao umefika. Nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri. Nimevipiga vita vilivyo vizuri. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda. Mwendo nimeumaliza, imani nimeilinda.
you.